Hello and welcome to Comic Solving Problems US American special election thingy through the night. Let's get some caffeine downers with me, Stephen Allen.
And I'm Eric McElroy, USA!
Wow.
USA. That was very high pitched. I apologize for that. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and those beyond. Yeah, this is it. This is normally we do half-hour shows every Tuesday and Thursday, but this is going to be until we get a result. Steve and I are not leaving this live stream for any reason whatsoever for as long as it takes.
Got some empty bottles down here because I predicted we could be here a while. And as long as I can somehow work out, all I need to, you drink that and then use it later. And I've,
no, that's how clear my urine is.
Well hydrated, sir. And we all know, because I've seen a few documentaries about Snowden, that normally when we're not broadcasting, my various webcams have these things over them. I'll just pop that on there and then could do a little tinkle. Yeah, you'll hear it, but it's all right, isn't it?
There you go.
No one's going to be offended by that.
Hopefully, normally our show is about, it's called Comic Solving Problems because we're two comedians that solve problems. And what bigger problem is there about the U.S. presidential election?
Well, what do you mean, what's the problem? It's great, isn't it? Surely this is exactly the kind of thing you look forward to. You're going to find out which fair democratic decision is made tonight. The votes are coming in, and you could have one of two great, youthful, vigorous leaders. Exciting times.
Two leaders, Steve. I think you've forgotten Kanye West is running for president of the United States. And he, not only is he running for president for the first time today, he voted for the first time in a presidential election.
Wow. For the first time. Oh my God.
He never voted before.
Yeah. He strikes me that he might have that kind of vibe of the only books he's ever read are about himself and have been ghost written on his behalf. He's got that kind of vibe.
Yeah. If you did you see the gift that he gave his wife, Kim?
The hologram of her dead father.
That was, I mean, we're off topic already, but that was creepy as fuck.
Yeah, that if I read that in some sort of science fiction dystopian future type thing, I'd think it's a bit unbelievable, isn't it? Who'd give that as a gift?
It's 2020.
Kanye.
Right. So our goal tonight, we're going to stay on top of the election results as they come in. We can explain some things if you have questions. I don't know if you have questions, Steve, because I have this accent, I understand everything there is to know about U.S. politics, and because you have your accent.
Actually, I wanted to address this issue because, so we're talking about the American election, and from your point of view, it will be, who's going to be leader of America, my home nation. I was thinking, what could I bring to this show? So I've got a graphic for us. So when I'm doing it, I've got a subtitle for the Comic Solving Problems American US election special, subtitle, Catching Up with the Colonies. Just to find out what's been going off in the old neck of the woods.
I like that. I think that's refreshing. It's nice to know that you still care.
We're just after that back tax. That's all we need.
Oh, don't talk about taxes, Donald Trump. Do you know Donald Trump, because he's only paid $750 per year in the last few years that we found out about because of leaks to the New York Times. But he says that he's paid less now because he's prepaid tax in prior years. So that's been allowing him to write down tax in current years.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you can prepay what? Hey?
That is the correct response.
That makes so little sense. I love a bit of maths, don't get me wrong. I've spent most of this lockdown self-medicating by watching calculus videos on YouTube. And yet even I'm like, what? You can what? Divide by what? Carry the what?
Matter. He's gone bankrupt like 7 times. The man knows what he's doing. Don't question it. Don't question it. Right. So the state of things now is we've got some polls closing. I don't know how serious we need to be with this. Oh, another state has been called. So what's happening now, as the states are called, what the American television channels do is when they get about 4% of the vote, they use math and they extrapolate that out. And then they say, oh, well, based on those voting trends and based on exit polls, no one knows math. This is today is an American show. Today's about America.
I'm just helping to translate it for our British audience.
We're going to say aluminum, Do I need to get my flag down?
Yeah, you can.
I will get my flag down.
Let's find out if it's flammable. It's not, I'm sure. Let's test the difference between flammable and inflammable using your flag.
It's a plastic flag.
Yeah.
Using math, they extrapolate it out, and then they know who's going to win. So far, the states are starting to trickle in. Now, none of these states are the states we give a shit about, because the way the American Electoral College works is there's some states where we already know which way they're going to vote. Yep. So no one ever campaigns in those states. And but it's only the states that we don't know about that won't come in yet. Which is why we're here this early, to watch something that will only unfold over the next 4 or 5 days.
So we're here to deliver the results that don't matter.
Correct.
Why don't you tell me that? I definitely could have done that as a logo. We could have had a graphic. The results that don't matter.
That's exactly where we're at right now. So as people are watching, you can chat to us as well. Well, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook. Where else are we at on with this, Steve?
We're on D Live, we're on Vaughan Stream, we're on Smashcast. I'm making half of these words up, but we're actually broadcasting on all of them. Aardvark on Twitter already says, hey, mathematics. Do you know what? That's true. If we just call it mathematics, we both agree. Bringing together of the peoples. I like it.
That's a big word. I don't really want to commit to that.
Okay. And we were so close to bringing peace to this world.
Okay.
But, Mark Randall says, morning, chaps. Morning. Yep, so that's on YouTube. So, yeah, you can send your messages to us via YouTube, or if you're watching it on Facebook or tweeting. We're going to try and leave the Twitter handles on the screen, so we'll keep across those as well. We've both got our phones ready for checking messages. This is going to be more of an informal deal. Normally, it's there are scripted bits in the shows that we do. There are pre-recorded bits. None of that tonight.
Are there?
Yeah. Well, oddly enough, normally in the shows that we do twice a week, Tuesdays and Thursdays, the bits where I act against myself aren't done live, because I think that would require me to be a speedster like the Flash, vibrating so quickly you can be on both sides of the screen.
Yeah. Well, this is going to be definitely a question of how many browsers I can look at it all at one time. So what's happening now, if we want to be, because we've got the ability now to do some things that we don't normally do on the regular show, which we can bring in. Steve, should we bring in the Fox News? We're going with Fox News tonight because it's fair and balanced. It's always very reasonable. And both of us are happy to take a little bit of Murdoch money every now and then. So
trying to work out which of these.
Just going to bring it in.
Yeah, there are so many of these new ones that I've added it to. Where did I try and add that one?
You just did it like 5 minutes ago.
I just did it, yeah. We've got the colonies one. I definitely I can remember where we've got that one. Right. While you fill, I'll try and find the one that's got
So basically what Fox News is doing, and we've got a little screenshot of them, they're populating the states that they're calling so far. So they've called some safe states. So if you're not familiar with the Electoral College, I'm very excited to explain it to people because I understand it, and it's one of the few things that I understand better than Steve understands everything. So
but also Americans always think that this is going to be so surprising to us that not every vote counts towards the end result, and sometimes if you come second, your votes are wasted. We've got the ward system and the first past the post system in the UK.
That's true.
It's very
I would
simple.
imagine Scottish people understand that better than anyone. Yeah. But that's what they're. So basically, they've called 2 states so far, Kentucky and West Virginia, which those states are so Trumpy. They were Trumpy before Trump was Trumpy. Like, we're talking about proper redneck. I mean, we're getting into, I don't know what would be the redneck equivalent of Kentucky in the UK? Someplace in Cornwall?
Yeah, maybe. I don't want to upset the Cornish.
That's fine. They don't have enough broadband to support this show.
By the way, Lynn sends us a message saying, I feel like the results that don't matter are the pregnancies in Trump households after Ivanka.
Yep. And for those of you who aren't aware of that, you can also talk about that as in the context of a Boris Johnson pregnancy as well. Don't want to go too far into that. That's to be libelous in this country. So we're updating some things. So we've had basically, I can update Vermont. I've got my charts here going.
John McLaren says Norfolk. Don't pick on Norfolk just because we're shying away from picking.
He's not wrong, though, is he?
Yeah, that's true. I literally, because we were slapping this show together so last minute, I literally can't remember where I did all of that tricky design experiment.
Just did it 10 minutes ago.
I know, but I've got so many pages.
You're not even drinking tonight. So basically what's happened is they've called, 2 states have been called for Biden, 2 states have been called for Trump. It's pretty insignificant at this stage, which gives Biden 16 electoral votes and Trump 13. The magic number that we're going for tonight that you all need to think about is 270. 270 votes. If we get to that in the Electoral College, then it is game over, and I can bust out my chilled co-op Prosecco. So you can see how I've chilled it there in the Pyrex bottle.
Yeah.
See that? There we go. Honey.
That's nice and chilled.
If this is what cracking open, if we get Georgia or North Carolina.
Okay.
So setting the aside. And if those things don't go well, I have this.
Nice. Interesting.
Vodka. You'll notice there's a lot more vodka than there is Prosecco because I learned from 2016.
Yeah.
And we're going to be on air possibly for the next 4 or 5 hours. I've also got an apple. I've got some organic vegetable and nut blend here.
Okay.
That's made me blurry. And an extra thermos of coffee.
Nice. I decided against the coffee because I didn't want to wake up the neighbours because this is so late. I mean, even a little feel guilty about talking this loudly in the house. So now I'm just going to be on the old classic.
Monster.
Sugar-free.
You're a beast. You're a beast. All right, so that's how we're going to get through this. We hope that you've got your plan as well. Just going to check on see if there's any new stats. No. Have you found the Fox News thing
Yes,
yet?
I can bring you the Fox News thing. In fact, just let me retitle it Fox so we can definitely keep coming back to it again and again. And there we go.
There we go. So the 16. So this, I mean, we can talk about the Electoral College here. We've got this map up. We've got some other maps we can show you. The maps that are in gray are states that have not yet been called. The yellow ones are what are called the swing states. These are the ones that if they go one way or the other, they will tip it because the other states are a mishmash of ones that we always know will go Democrat or Republican. So like the West Coast there, Washington State where I'm from, Oregon, California. The West is the part next to Steve's head. He's West. I'm East. I'm East Coast.
Totally, dude. I'm like a surfer dude.
Oh, I'm a blue collar guy. That's what you're talking about. We're gonna go for Trump. That guy, he betrayed us when he moved to Florida.
Your New York accent kind of goes a little bit Russian. That was interesting.
Of course it does, because I'm also for Trump in Russia. Oh, we've got an update here. Let's see. Oh, they've just added some more votes in. So what's going to be happening with? I think we'll see it come through on the Fox News thing in a second, unless it's not refreshing on your browser. They're adding vote totals to it. So they've called Virginia and West Virginia and so on for blue and red. So blue is Biden, red is Trump. But that doesn't mean they've finished counting all the votes yet. But they've extrapolated a total that's come through. So it's not refreshing because I'm seeing it change on my screen over here, but your Fox News screen hasn't changed as far as I can see.
No, that is true.
Learn about.
We'll give it a chance.
There's no way to test this beforehand because it only happens every 4 years. So
yeah. Also, while we're saying what will happen should things change, I've currently got the lights behind me are red because Donald Trump currently president. If there is a big blue wave, the lights behind me will indeed go blue.
Wow.
And this is how we will know what's happening in the situation in America. If it goes green, then something's gone wrong. Anger and gamma rays have been involved and the entire nation has gone like the Hulk. If it becomes some kind of strange puce colour, like this one, there you go.
Is that the Libertarian Party?
Then the world has ended and... meanwhile, we'll keep it back on red. So there are many ways that we will be keeping you up to date with the results.
Cool.
So, all you need to do is just keep watching here, and you can find out more. I can update. Yeah, it is.
Well, you're refreshing. Oh, there it is.
It is updating.
It is updating. While you're checking that, as we've got some people coming in here. Polls have tweeted out Biden has taken Virginia. Yep, yes. Fox News has called that as well. Mark Randall said North Dakota is an American version of Shropshire. Shropshire.
Oh, that's just beautiful. Shropshire.
I've only been here for Shropshire.
Yeah. So if you've never
know
heard
where
of
it is, but you don't know anyone who's been there. I don't know where that is.
Well,
where is Shropshire?
Let me tell you about it, because look, now that you've got the British citizenship, it's good that you learn these things. Shropshire is an English county. It's north west. It's not as north as places like Manchester, and its county town is the town of Shrop. So if ever you go to anyone in Shropshire, ask them for the directions to county town of Shrop, and I'm sure they will welcome you with arms that don't in any way beat you up like you're a tourist.
Yeah. I don't think I wouldn't gig there now because there's no gigs because it's under lockdown. I can't tell who it is, but they've asked if you're not drinking. Surely Not Like This requires a drink. I've got drinks. I've lined them up, and I had a beer earlier.
Yeah, I don't really drink, so I'm not getting in on it.
Nah, that's because you're not American. This is serious stuff. American democracy's it's on the line. So.
And I think that username says Aardvark. That's what I've gone with. I've spotted some of the letters. I think it says Aardvark.
That's what that is. Okay. There we go. Let's see. We're getting some more votes in for Kentucky. Yeah. Trump's winning Kentucky by 63%. Now, the reason Kentucky is interesting is because that is where Mitch McConnell, who's the leader of the Senate for the Republicans, is also based. And if he does badly there, which is unlikely, if he were to lose that would be a big upset. So,
and do you have a Mitch McConnell impression? He seems to be one of the more impersonatable of all the big players.
I'm Mitch McConnell.
Spot on. What was with his hands? Can you update us to the hand situation?
Yeah, he had purple hands the other day when he was speaking, and I think that's because he doesn't have a soul.
Is that how it works? Interesting.
That's how it works. Yeah, that's how these things go down. But hopefully, so what's at stake right now? We've got the House of Representatives, which is like the House of Commons in the UK, and we've got the Senate, which is like the House of Lords, except democratically elected. You guys wouldn't understand. And then, of course, the presidency, which is like the Queen and the Prime Minister combined.
Yeah, and you can tell he's got that kind of look.
Yeah. So the Senate, though, is run by the Republicans, and most people think that the Senate could switch to Democrats, which would mean if Biden wins, they'd have all 3 seats of power in the government, not the court, but because that's been packed by the Republicans. But it would be significant because the Congress and the presidency would be aligned, which means they can pass laws more effectively and maybe have real change.
Yeah, maybe. Well, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. We'll continue.
Unlikely, and that's why got this puppy close by.
Still doing the drinking.
Got some. Well, not drinking too much. I've just got it there. So they've called one seat in the Senate. Oh, they're calling Kentucky for Mitch McConnell to keep his seat. Oh God, he's such a prick.
Is that in any way because of the hands? I think, look, as much as I'm normally the hard-nosed kind, seeing an old bloke with bruised hands like that, he had a fall. At his age, it's one of the biggest causes of death. I mean, I was worried for him.
So you would think he looks unwell, he's had a fall, he's near death, let's put him back in the Senate.
Look, it also seems to be the kind of demographic that people are voting for president. If you look like you're older, you're not going to make it. But it's not as if we can only blame America for this. There was a long history in Russia before, back when it was USSR. You had to be near death. You had to be so old for you to end up being in charge over there. That there were never going to be loads of people spending time in that job, because if you weren't grey-haired and very close to meeting your maker, then you didn't stand a chance.
Yeah. All right. That's the logic to that. I mean, to be fair, governance here isn't really going very well in the UK. Now, I can't tell. Fox News has called another state for Biden, but I can't tell which one, because they've taken up to 19 electoral points. So that's 3 more. Which state is 3? Unless it's District of Columbia.
I can try and bring in the screen.
It might be District. I think it might be District of Columbia, which is very heavily Democratic.
So we can give you the update on that. Also, could you tell us why on earth the District of Columbia is only a district? What happened in your nation's history as to why you dished out space like that?
Well, after you guys burned down Washington, D.C. in the War of 1812, which, we've let that go, they wanted to make sure that the capital of the United States was not controlled by one state, because obviously state power is a big deal in our federal system. So they wanted a separate independent area for the capital of the country. So they created a District of Columbia, which is separate and distinct from any of the 50 states.
And prior to that, where was your capital?
We were in New York and Philadelphia, and then London.
But also I seem to remember, and I believe I can go my ear to my expertise, which is me remembering having recently watched Hamilton. The capital moved to Virginia because of what happened in the room where it happened to the room where it happened. Good God, in God we trust, but we never really know what got discussed. You just believe that it happened because no one else was in the room where it happened.
Is that an actual song from the play?
Yeah.
My daughter has the whole thing memorized, but I've only watched half of it because my son got bored and I had to go upstairs and watch a Marvel film with him.
I mean, still hardly a punishment, but what a great musical.
No, it's good. I just haven't memorized it quite like that. I didn't really see you for the musical type guy. I mean, if you want to talk to me about Annie.
It's not really an appetite for the show that we're doing.
The sun will come up tomorrow. That's important to remember right now.
This too shall pass.
Think about tomorrow.
Although it's also from that song, In the Room Where It Happened, there's a bit where Hamilton himself gets to sing some lines saying, God love and forgive me, I'm trying to build something that's going to outlive me. You get love for it, you get hate for it, you get nothing if you wait for it, which in the song is saying don't wait for it, whereas since then there've actually been stars of Hamilton the musical actually using the phrase wait for it as advice to America to stop being obsessed with the idea of getting a result in tonight, because that is in no way the rules.
Yeah, but it demands it. You must have a result tonight.
Yeah.
You must. I mean, Donald Trump has said if he doesn't have a result tonight, before all the votes are counted, clearly he's still the president.
Yeah. It's not democracy. It's not democracy if you're going to count all the votes. Good God.
Especially the ones that are for the other guy.
Yeah.
That's just pointless.
Well,
it must be District of Columbia. I'm trying to catch it here just to make sure my charts are updated so we stay on top of it. I got to be ahead of Fox News.
But don't forget, you get nothing if you wait for it.
I didn't think we'd start singing songs only 23 minutes into the 7-hour marathon that we're doing.
Genuinely, on the breakfast show that I covered this morning, we found that there are musical versions, like instrumental versions of the songs from Hamilton. So there is a chance I'll just load those up and start singing about Miss Miranda Reynolds coming into my life. So if it gets desperate, that's what we're doing.
That'd be good. There we go. Let's see. I don't think I need this. BBC says 3 votes.
Well, in the comments section, while you're tracking down to work out what any of that means,
you check up on the comments while I try and track down what the results are.
Aardvark says high tech. It is. Look, we're bringing in different screens. We've got high tech stuff going on. Later on in the show, we're bringing in music from Hamilton. It also says BBC just forecast Trump for Virginia. I know Aardvark, so they're messaging each other now. And Mark says, and when was the last time that there was a pope who looked younger than Doctor Who? Well, I think one of the youngest
Doctor Who.
One of the younger recent ones would have been Pope Benedict, and he didn't last out the job, did he? Benedict the 16th, he quit. Obviously, I'm not saying he was wrong to do. He's infallible. He couldn't have been wrong to do it. But you're right. You know, the people are giving jobs to old people these days, and that's good. That shows that ageism isn't happening. So maybe we shouldn't complain about the fact that Donald Trump and Joe Biden have a combined age of more than the Rolling Stones.
Yes.
Hamiltoki, says Aardvark. It's not a bad option.
Sky News is calling Indiana for Donald Trump, which is in the category of no shit Sherlock. And redneck dickheads. No, I won't go that far into the commentary. But it does mean that Donald Trump is currently winning the race 24-16.
Donald Trump, we've got red in the background. It means when I'm mopping my brow, I should be doing it with the mercy me, the red tissue. If things change later on, we can start using the blue one. There are so many ways that we're bringing the results tonight.
Yeah, I don't know why Steve is doing the Southern accent when really that should be me. But I could always do my British.
Yeah, let's have it. You try and do a Shropshire accent, and I'll try and do my My Louisiana accent. Why, I do declare. So you can keep the messages coming through. We've got, well, Eric, do you want me to mute you while you have a good cough?
It's not like there's a major disease going around with that. I'm just waiting to see what the other three is. Ohio's got 22% of the votes in, and Biden is leading by 60%. That is incredible. If Ohio falls, so this is the state. So maybe should we do our little? Well, we've got Robin Perkins is going to join us in about 4 minutes. So let me cue up Robin, and because we're going to have guests throughout the night. Robin Perkins is from New Hampshire, which is a significant state in the electoral process because it's rich and it's white. So people listen to what it says. Not Robin. I mean, she's white, but I don't think she's well-to-do. But she's going to join us in about 4 minutes, and then after that, maybe we'll go through some electoral information about where things are heading in case anybody has any questions. And if anyone has any questions either about the election, they can ask us. We can ask Steve first and see what he knows, test his knowledge, since he's always the brainy pants of this little dynamic that we have here.
My expertise is all based on having watched Hamilton. So please make it related to affairs that Hamilton had.
I'm going to say that it is what? Oh, no, it must be DC. What if they got to 19?
I mean, this is fascinating. Maybe leading off screen and try to work out what's going on. Is there anything? Do you want to show the maps now? Is that what you want to go to?
Well, I'm going to say Robin's going to join us in about 3 minutes. So maybe we just bring Robin in when she comes in, and then we'll do the maps. How's that sound?
We can indeed. Meanwhile, then back to the comments. Brit says, yes, you do your British accent by saying twat a few times. Yeah, but you can't even say that right. Go on, say it.
Twat.
Oh, we can do it now. Last time we did a show, he said the word twat, and that just...
It just depends on what I'm channeling. If I'm doing Shropshire, it's twat.
Shropshire. Yeah. It's got to be a different show tonight.
This is going to be a first for us, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have our first guest on the show. That's why Steve's chugging his monster. And
there's a phrase.
We're going to see if we can make this work. So Robin Perkins is hopefully going to be joining us. Steve's going to bring her in. We're at 19-13 electoral votes. The Senate has started to come in. Unfortunately, Mitch McConnell's been called to win. If you follow American politics at all, you will know that he is the biggest twat Senate.
I tell you what, I think we have Robin with us now. Okay. I think let's see if we can go to the guest screen. Now, we thought this might happen. We got our test picture from Eric. So that means...
And I've gone, basically. Where have I gone?
Wait for it.
Okay. There's Robin.
There's Robin. Eric's picture has very much just changed.
What? Oh.
So should we have Robin turn her camera the other way?
Yeah.
Or does it matter?
Yeah, Robin, can you turn your camera the other way and it might go portrait?
Go for portrait.
Are you on a phone?
No, I'm on a computer.
On a phone.
That's fine.
There you go. That's it. There you go.
Oh. How about
if you're on a computer, it won't rejig.
Go back the other way. We can't hear you yet, though, Robin.
No,
we don't. I can't hear her anyway.
All right, so I think the yes, I see what's going on here. So Eric can't hear you at the moment. You don't get this on Fox News, Eric. I can tell you why. It's because all we need to do, if I can share some audio down the pipe to Eric, that should get it sorted. Meanwhile, Robin, if you would like to tell us your basic first thoughts on, I don't want to say the mess of your home nation, but you can get a sense of it. So, what are your thoughts on how things are going so far?
I mean, it's been a long 4 years. I will say that. I'm just hoping that my nation did the right thing, I think is what I would say. I don't want to jinx it. Like, I'm not a superstitious person, but I don't know if that's what you're asking me.
Yeah.
But I don't want to say too much.
Let me just double check, because now Eric should, in theory, be able to hear the guests. Is it working, Eric? Yeah, I don't look like it, is it? So I think what's happened is we've got the old bitrate problem. But I totally understand. Even, like, you're a sciencey person, and I appreciate that kind of vibe. And I like to think that, because I self-identify as a sciencey person too, and we're right. It just comes from the Latin for knowledge. It's not a belief or anything like that. It's science. It's just knowing stuff.
Yeah.
And yet, even I, when it comes to these things that matter, will, stay away from black cats, not go near ladders, because it's just not worth the risk when the stakes are this high.
I know. It's like, that's what it is. Like, I understand, like, numbers, I believe science, but I just don't want, I think I have faith in the things that I can control. And I controlled my vote, which I did do in New Hampshire. Very exciting. They have received it. You can check. It's in there. I am one of the votes. But I can't control what the rest of the country is doing. And so for that reason, I'm like, I don't know. I don't want to say anything.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it goes the right way.
But so in a sense, part of the question that I'd ask then is, do you think that people in your, look at me, I'm trying to make the picture of you bigger. There we go. There she is. Do you actually have, it's not a prediction really. It's more about faith in the way that you think the people of America will vote.
I want to. I will say I know people who in 2016 voted for Trump and have since then understood the errors of their ways and gone, oh, that he's actually the worst human being in existence. So I've seen enough people going that way, and I haven't yet to meet somebody who voted Hillary in 2016 and was like, well, somebody's doing a good job, I think I'll switch sides. So I'm hoping that there will be a change. I am. But I was one of those people in 2016 that was like, there's no way. There's just no way it can happen. There's no way. But then I equally said the same thing about Brexit. So at this point in time, I'm like, somebody out there's voting.
Yeah. So there is a strong chance that we just don't understand people or the real world, or if you looked at this again, sciencey, dispassionately, objectively, look at all the things that people in echo chamber is probably the wrong phrase for it, but just in the circle of friends that all the predictions are wrong with what's actually happened in the world. So does that mean right now people are watching a show presented by and featuring the guest work of people who are just not knowing what's going on with the real world?
I think what does it for me is the fact that you continually see people on Fox News like just not listening to facts and science, and then so that people who are not as well received in the public eye, they're not listening to facts or quotes or things that actually happened in reality. And it's like that like bully in middle school, because you're a comic, so I'm sure you've been bullied at some point in time, just a guess. That person who wins just by being like, no, you're ugly, and you're like, but there's no proof to that. Like, I am categorically awesome, and they're like, yeah, well, you suck, and you're like, but why? And they're like, because you suck, and you're like, that's not based in science, and they're like, but you suck. And I feel like that's the logic of the Trump campaign, and you can't argue with like somebody who doesn't use logic. Yeah.
It's the most frustrating thing. Eric, are you with us? Can you actually, we can't see you, but we might be able to hear you.
Yeah, no, I feel like I've come in and ousted, like virtually ousted Eric out.
Can you hear me?
Robin, can you hear Eric?
I can't hear Eric at all.
Oh, that's a shame. that is a shame right there.
Can you hear me, Steve?
I can hear you. I can pass on the question.
Tell Robin
what's
going on, and we'll just translate to each other.
Yeah. Basically, if you two could pretend that I am the child in your very unhappy marriage, and you're doing that, could you tell your mother to pass the salt? If you could do that, then we can make this work.
So what I don't know is what do you think is going on to the general public?
If you could tell Eric.
Oh, wait a minute. Now you're both giving me things to say to the other one. You see, this is why it's horrible being the kid in these kind of relationships. Eric, give me the question and I'll pass it on.
I'm going to just say, I wonder what's going out to the general public, who they can hear.
Eric, for some reason, now wants to know who the general public can hear. Both, because both of you are going into the OBS thing. Okay. But it's just the fact that the guest camera's taking its audio from, I guess, my sound card rather than from the output, if you wanted to know it.
So I'll let you chat to Robin, and I'll keep updating the chart, and then we'll go from there.
So Eric's not actually asking you a question at all. He's relaying a question to me through me. So the state of play, it's too early to actually know what's going on. What do you make of the way that the campaign has been done so far?
Wait, hold on a second.
The state of play.
Hold on. Something just happened weird. Can you repeat that?
Yeah. What do you think of the way that the campaign has been done? And it's a loaded question. I'm trying to get you to comment on some of the horrible attitudes that we might have seen in the way that the campaigns have been run, and the way that rallies have actually taken place without masks and thumbing one's nose, which is a terrible thing to do anyway, but also very bad thumbing your nose to anything during a pandemic that spread through the breathing holes.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where even today, in one of the 1 minute videos that Trump did that for the press, half the people in the background weren't wearing masks, and you're like, still are you just not? But it's become very disappointing in the last 4 years to see how the nation has changed. And it's I remember the first time I heard the national anthem after Trump was elected, and I remember feeling very sad. And it was because it was this thing that I'm sure Eric can relate to possibly more, because I know British pride, like you guys don't have the same sort of national pride in the way I feel like that we do. Pride. And with us, we have our flags. Look, I got my eagle. You can't tell, actually.
Is that an eagle? I think I saw 2 eagles. Is that what that was?
That was a mistake. Anyway, we love our eagles, and we love our flags, and we love our national anthem, and we stand up and we sing it, and we put our hand on our heart, and it means something, and we have this pride in our country. And I just remember exactly where I was when I heard it for the first time, and I was just so disappointed and let down that my country could do something like this. Yeah. And it's just devolved so much to the point where, like, even in the debates, it's like you have toddlers that show more respect to other people. And so it's just the way that the whole it's just lost all sense of dignity.
Do you know well, though, because you're right, as an outsider, as someone who doesn't have that kind of sense of national pride, it almost seems similar. So what used to be American national pride, shouting USA #1 when drinking in bars and things like that, it seems like the same emotion has just been redirected, like a river. So now that same attitude has just been tweaked to then become the I'm not wearing a mask, the mask is the work of Satan, those kind of people shouting. It's just the words have changed, but the passion's the same.
I think that it's I think what it also has happened is I was one of those people that was like not chanting USA, but I had this like pride of being American, which don't get me wrong, when I first got to this country, you guys have beat it out of me in the last 12 years. Good. So like, it's not just the last 4. I mean, I've been apologizing for 12, but I mean, it's changed for a lot of left-wing liberal people to the point where like we've lost that pride.
Yeah. Okay.
Which is very sad.
Now I'm going to try and do something technical. Eric, are you still there?
I'm still here.
Right, so I'm going to try and press a thing which might mean that you two can talk to each other, but I might be out of the mix for a while. So let's try it.
Thank God.
See if Eric can
you speak
to Robin?
Can you hear me? I can't hear Robin.
Yeah,
I can't hear Steve.
Robin's not speaking.
I don't know if anyone can hear me, but it's just me in the void.
Do you want me to speak?
Watching the results? Oh, Robin.
Could you hear Robin there?
I couldn't hear anything.
Okay, that's so close. so close to no, because we're getting closer to. I know no one wants to see me solving things, although maybe that wouldn't be the worst thing to watch because
comics solving problems.
Yeah, and I'm gonna nail this. You get me on some IT issue, right? So
I feel like it's gonna last longer than the election results.
I'm gonna try it again now. So in theory, Eric, speak to Robin.
Oh, now I can't hear you. I don't know if that helps.
Robin, can you hear me?
That's a good thing.
Robin.
That's a shame. So, in theory, wait for it. Just to requote Hamilton. Well, no, stay there.
Okay. I can hear tapping. I don't know if anyone can hear what else is happening.
How about that? We, in theory, should be. Sound. We hear an echo of ourselves, but Robin, you should hear both of us now.
They could be saying really bad things about me right now.
Oh, it's not.
Okay. And now I have no idea what they're saying.
Robin's just speaking to herself. We can hear her in a weird echo.
Okay. That's a shame, because I thought Robin, we should be back. I thought I got it that you were going to get to hear a copy of that.
CNN has some more.
But in theory...
Oh, right. I can hear you now.
You can hear us now. Okay, that didn't solve the problem, but we'll keep working.
Can you hear me, Robin?
Did you hear me?
We could hear you, which is always that awkward thing, because I was trying something, but I was thinking if I don't get back to her soon, she will start saying, "These flipping guys, what a waste of my time," and it would be awkward, but we would have.
No, you know, I did the comic opposite of that, which is like, oh, I bet they're talking a lot of smack about me right now, and I can't hear them.
Yeah, we don't know any smack about you. That's the problem.
Do you not? Come on, you've known me long enough, surely.
But it's all been above board. There's been no smack. No one has that much bad to say about you. Notice how I really stressed that. Just
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Just to take that compliment outside and kill
watching, so just watch it.
That's why everyone has nice things to say about you. Right. So no, we did test the guest cam thing yesterday, but the problem is we had Eric being the guest as well as himself, so no wonder he thought he could hear himself. He was sat in the actual same room. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I did just have. You guys should have called. I had surgery. I have literally nothing to do than to test.
We could have done that with you, yeah. And the thing is, if I could get you two chatting, I could then do all the tech, but it's very difficult to both host an interview and be the person trying all the different...
You know what he could do, because is he on the Skype call as well? Because he could type his questions into the Skype chat.
I could hear the questions, yeah. I mean, Eric, if you want to say them to me and I'll repeat them to...
And then you can work on that.
Well, should I give you guys an update on where various people are
ask a question that I can get Robin to answer so that you can pad some time so I can do some IT stuff. Asking me questions.
So, Robin, explain to us
the dynamics. Should we start by talking about my childhood?
Yeah, that goes quite far back.
Here's a question for Robin about New Hampshire.
He has a question for you.
It hasn't been called yet because apparently it's too close and they're struggling with the data. Tell us about the political dynamics of New Hampshire and could it go for Trump? Could you, Robin, tell us about the political dynamics of New Hampshire, and do you think it could go for Trump?
So I think it was really close in 2016, right? And I think they just barely went Hillary from memory, I believe. But I think my specific town did not, or vice versa. And I think that I don't think they will go for Trump, but I think they could, because New Hampshire is kind of split. You have you have a bunch of rich people that vote Republican because of monetary reasons. So better taxes, they'll go Republican. But those people, I feel like those are some of the people that would have switched after watching how much of an idiot he is and gone, there's no amount of tax break that can make that worth it. So I feel like I don't think they will go Trump, but there is that other area of New Hampshire that is the gun, you don't even have to get that far into the suburbs and you just have gun shops, as you don't really see, I spent a lot of time in Boston before coming up, and obviously you don't really have gun shops on the high street as you do, but you do it's a lot more prevalent. But I think New Hampshire will go Biden.
Yeah.
But I think it'll be close. And I think the attitude has changed. Now, again, I should maybe not be allowed to say stuff like this, but but I'm going to tell you guys the inside story. So I grew up in New Hampshire my whole life. Then I went to university in Boston, and then moved back technically to New Hampshire right before I moved to the UK. And so when I moved back to New Hampshire, because New Hampshire has so many universities, they don't want students to vote because they're a very important state. And so they have a rule that you have to be living in New Hampshire for a certain amount of months of the year or consecutively so that you can vote. So they basically don't get students to vote in New Hampshire. And because I was living in the UK, they tried to stop me from voting in New Hampshire. And then I fought back. And at one point in time, I think there was a very good charity that helped me through it. But now I'm voting in New Hampshire. But I remember in 2008 was when I first moved to the UK, made sure I voted in New Hampshire, and they were not happy about it. They had to prove that I lived in New Hampshire. Even though, because technically it was right on the line of moving away, and they were like, "No, I don't think you're going to be here in 6 months." And so they were pissed off that I was voting. And I think that I have that look of somebody who would vote Obama, right? So they were like,
yeah.
This is just my interpretation, right? And so again, over the years, I've tried to make sure that I vote in New Hampshire because, Massachusetts is going to go Democrat no matter what. So I want my vote to count. And this year they were just a lot more helpful and wanted to be all right, so you want to really make sure that you mail your vote in so that we receive your vote, please vote. And so it just seemed like the attitude was kind of no, we really want to help you make this happen this election versus in the past being you don't actually live here, so get your vote the hell out.
Nice. Right, so I'm gonna press a button. If all things go wrong, then I apologize. So you might not see us anymore, but in theory, let me try it. Robin, speak to Eric. Eric, speak to Robin.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I can hear Robin. Robin, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but I mean, there's kind of three voices in one, but I can hear you.
Brilliant.
Well, that's what you want, isn't it?
We'll have to deal with that for a while, but
it's fine.
That's close
enough.
If
I look like I'm having a stroke, it's because every time Eric says something, I hear it 3 times.
Okay. Well, as long as I still on the video am just a sliver of
I'm going to fix that next, but if you two could have a conversation now, I can get fixing the video. Right, you carry on.
Well, 89% of Florida is in. I just lost the numbers there, and Trump is leading in Florida. And I don't know if you've been obsessing over the electoral map, Robin, like I have been, but it's not the end of the road for Biden if that happens, but it's not ideal.
No, I understand that Florida is very key. And while I've been talking to you guys, my CNN map has timed out. So
okay.
I know. So I didn't see this happening. I don't know what's happening right now. I can't find my map. So yeah, I'm on what's happening.
What we can see on the live stream that's going on is a little mini version of me stretching my belly, floating around, that Steve is making bigger. Oh, bigger now. It's covering up my belly. So that's good.
He's not out my shins, which is what I have to constantly adjust so you get it from the right angle. Because I look a lot skinnier from this versus that.
That is the only reason I bought this extra arm for the camera, just to get it up to a ridiculous height so that the chins start to disappear, because it's not a good look. Only reason I grew a beard.
Well, I've been working on that, but apparently that's not as...
Now, Robin, you can see my red tie, which I'm wearing just in case Trump wins. I thought I would dress in the uniform
that's nice.
of the blue
I tried
blazer,
to, I don't know if you
shirt,
saw this earlier, but I'm wearing a t-shirt with a bald eagle on it, and I tried to show Steven, and it didn't go well. It just looked like I flashed him, and you can't really see the eagle with me sitting down, so I give up.
It's not that kind of election, Robin.
My CNN map is not loading right now, and I'm kind of freaking out right now. Can you, and the map is not over here, can we talk about what's going on in Florida?
Well, the numbers went away because I was checking Sky News, and it was 89% of the vote, but Trump leading by less than 100,000 votes. So it could be another nail biter. I don't understand what it is about the people of Florida that just hate America so much.
I lived in Florida for a summer, actually, when I was doing my marine biology.
Okay.
and I lived on A1A, doing research on crabs. The sense of smell and blue crabs. I don't know. I mean, they were very friendly, but I do think that sometimes the friendlier people are to strangers, the worse they are politically. I don't, it's not a scientifically proven fact.
Well, I'm on a Florida tracking site now, which is for Tampa Bay. It's scrolling through the different statistics. And I am hearing myself on a delay.
Well, the good news is I just disappeared for a second there to test the live stream. So the good news is everyone's being heard on the stream. There's no repeated versions of people on the streams. The only people who have to deal with it sounding terrible is us. I'm still working on it, but I mean,
that's good
compared to how it started. Look what we're doing.
I'm keeping an eye on this. Oop, what have I done? I'm trying to get some fresh stats here and numbers out of Florida. Oh, I've gone too far back. Let me refresh that. So I'm just waiting for it to scroll through.
I have my...
Trump is still ahead by 100,000 votes or so in Florida. So that's where we're at there. And West Virginia has been officially called as the least surprising state to be called for Trump. But Massachusetts, in the least surprising news ever, has been called for Biden.
Yeah, that's why I went New Hampshire instead. Because, I mean, I love Boston.
So I mean, at the moment, I think with different places are calling things at different times. So I'm following Fox News, and they've got 91 electoral votes for Biden and 67 for Trump, which could change quite quickly when some of the bigger states come through. But again, you might see some results from Georgia tonight, and that could be significant. But otherwise, it's until next week or something.
Wait, you think? So they're looking at next week for? Wait, what?
Well, I was exaggerating a little bit, but
okay.
You know,
I trust everything that you say, Eric. I trust as fact. So if you were like, well, it's actually going to take a week for them to count Florida, I'd been like, I don't remember that in the past. Well, I suppose.
Well, do you remember the 2000 election, or were you too young?
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't as old as you, but I remember it.
The first mention of Chads of the evening.
Oh God, yeah.
Now, one more thing to try. I'm going to click a thing, which we need to do a little test. Eric, if you speak, Robin, can you hear Eric now?
1, 2, 3, 4. Can you hear me talking about America and the beauty of our country?
You can, and is it no echoes?
Yeah, no echoes.
I mean, no one else is going to say it, but someone just called the IT boss, and I fixed it.
Wow.
IT support. Hi, Steve here. Nailed it.
And you can see all three of us at the same time as well.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Well done. Cool. Only took 24 minutes.
Well, I think that's about my time.
Thanks for joining us today, Robin. It's been great to catch up.
I'm just kidding. I mean, you can kick me off because I know you have other guests, but I was just making a joke. I don't have to go yet.
So now I can finally pay attention to the conversation again. Give us the update. Do I need to start changing the lighting in the background to blue? Is it still appropriate to be red, or should we go for green because end of the world?
Stick with red now, just to be safe. We don't want to go green because that might encourage people who are still voting in California to vote for the Green Party. It was fucking pointless.
By the way, Aardvark, who's watching this on, by the look, Periscope or Twitter, says about fixing all the text, and nobody had to turn anything off and on again. That's how I fix it in IT land.
There we go.
Wow.
A restart is an admission of failure.
I don't think that's true.
We did. What we could, Robin, is have you come back a little bit later, now that everything's sorted, now that you were our beta pig. Oh, I've lost beta test person.
Bay of Pigs? What do you get? I know you're going back in terms of American references, but that was an overreach.
Our beta test animal. I don't know what.
Guinea pig?
An animal, Eric.
Is what I was trying to say.
A beta test animal.
Wow. Like, I don't know exactly how that's insulting, but I know it is.
I know. Of the three of us, Robin is the one who's on heavy narcotics right now.
I know. I'm on very good drugs. I'd show you my foot, but we all know how that went when I tried to show you my T-shirt. And I just don't think I can do it.
I'm just hoping our next guest, Grania, isn't watching the show right now. So,
all right. Well,
are you staying up, Robin? What are you going to do?
I'm going to stay up for however long I can. I'm not going to make any promises because I am about to take another painkiller. But I'm going to try. The intention is for me to try. So you should text me, and if I'm here, I will come back on. How's that for a lack of commitment?
Well, it probably also depends on how things are going because, I mean, so far Ohio's got 55% to say anything good. That's 42% of results in. I mean, if Ohio goes for Biden, then it is over. Ooh, Biden is at 53% in New Hampshire, Robin, with 10% of the votes in. I'm liking it.
How many times did you vote? That's the question.
I only voted once, but I have married 17 times to foreigners to get them passports. I mean, that's a thing, right?
Yeah. You definitely deserve all of those extra votes. If you're putting that much work into getting a couple of extra votes, no one's going to hold it against you.
Thank you.
I have to say right now we've got some new results in. Biden is leading in North Carolina with 60% of the results in by a significant margin, 54% to 44%. If that holds, again, game over.
And then, so before we lose you, Robin, to the world of drugs, the question that everyone's been asking when I've been talking about doing this show tonight is what happens if Biden wins and then satire is not needed as much? Comedy is, some people think, harder or easier. Is it going to be as funny? Are we going to have a world still full of comedians ranting about stuff if Biden wins?
Yeah, I think we've actually gotten to the end of our rope with Trump. And selfishly, it's actually, and Eric, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I found it's gotten increasingly harder in the past year or two, especially, where selfishly, I just feel like my job is just harder. I have to get on stage in the UK and immediately apologize. If sometimes, depending on crowd size with like reduced numbers nowadays, you get a crowd of 50. My very first gig back, so the MC had asked if they liked Americans, and all 50 people in the crowd booed, and then they didn't. And then I had to go on stage and start from like negative. So selfishly, I'm going to be just fine if he does well. But I also feel like audiences are getting sick of Trump jokes a bit. I feel like it's just been done. He's just so dumb. And so it's just gone too far that I think having Biden it'll be a new person to make fun of. It'll be good. I think there's a lot of potential there.
Eric, what's your hot take on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy for him to go in the sacrifice if he write jokes about something else. Plus, here in the UK, we've got Brexit coming, and that's going to be pretty shit.
Yeah, I was thinking about this today. I think Trump is a symptom and by no means a cause. So him not being there, I think actually it's made things worse. It isn't just that he was making people angry and then going out on his own causes. I think somehow society is split in a way where now if you try and do a joke, especially about Donald Trump, the right-wing snowflakes are worse than the left-wing snowflakes. Twitter is filled with people, if you say anything that they disagree with, they lead with anger rather than with disagreement. And hopefully treating one of the symptoms by getting rid of Trump might move us towards curing the condition. Or maybe it's all still too late and it's just going to be a world full of anger.
Well, funny you should mention this, and I do realize I'm past my time, but one of the things that I recently read about was that right-wing people typically have larger right amygdalas, so they do react more emotionally or they make decisions based on emotion, whereas left-wing people have larger anterior cingulate cortexes, which means typically they'll make their decisions based on fact more. So the fact that you have right-wing snowflakes reacting very emotionally makes sense with their larger amygdalas.
Right. Is that why one of my testes hangs lower?
Yes.
Is it the right one?
It depends. Apparently, you get more right-wing as you get older. So at the moment, I'm very much a left-wing kind of guy. But there's still all to play for.
Still all to play for,
Yeah,
or to play with.
Typical. Your testes taking credit for the brain.
All right.
Okay. Well,
Robin, we will release you back into the wild. Thank you very much for joining us and bearing with us while we went through our tech hiccups at the beginning of this. We promise 4 years from now, when we do this election again, it'll be better.
Yeah.
And also, I mean, we may not be doing this in 4 years from now, because if Trump wins, there won't be any more elections in the United States.
Yeah, or the internet. They'll get rid of that.
You'll get rid of all that.
Yeah.
So.
Brilliant. Okay. Robin, thank you then. We'll might maybe speak to you later if we can keep you awake and stuff. But yeah, thanks for being on, Robin.
all right. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Well.
Forgot to ask Robin to plug her own stuff there, which is normally a thing you do when you have guests on. Is she still there? Are you there, Robin, still?
Yeah, I'm here. Can I plug it?
Yes, please.
Yeah, there we go.
I do a science comedy show, which Eric actually did. It's a mix of science comedy and then non-science comedy, and it is called Comedy for the Curious. So I'm Robin Perkins, but you can also find us on Instagram, which is Comedy for the Curious, or on Facebook, Comedy for the Curious. It's a science comedy stand-up chat show that's online, but I do all kinds of other stuff, so just follow me, Robin Perkins.
Excellent plug. Thank you very much.
Thanks. All right, I'll go for real.
Bye.
Bye. And we've got Grania is queued up and ready to call in whenever we are. So we've got loads of guests. You think you're ready for that again? Is that the fun half hour? Are you sure you don't want to start drinking?
It's going to happen whether I want to or not. I'm kind of interested as well at some point to find out what happens if I go on comment cam during a guest. Because comment cam should still be, there you go, it's set up and it's working, whereas if we throw another person in the mix.
I don't know, I can't see you anymore. All I can see is I just see part of your Skype page on the laptop part I'm coming back to, but it doesn't matter. Florida's got 90% of the votes in. It is too close to call. But Trump is currently leading 50.6% to 48.4%. So 200,000 votes. Georgia, 22% is in, too close to call. Trump is leading 55% to 43%. Now, they said that Trump would lead early on because the mail-in ballots haven't been counted yet. So I have to remember that and breathe.
So talk to those uninitiated, if we've got the time to do this. Why is it that the mail-in ballots are more likely to be Biden ones?
Well, because they made a big push. Trump's been talking down mail-in ballots because saying it was be fraudulent to mail things in. He said it wasn't reliable. The Democrats are more cautious about the pandemic, so they took the sensible precaution not to go into a voting booth during a pandemic that is an airborne disease and sent their ballots in. But some of the states, in order to validate the mail-in ballots, they have to check the envelopes are done correctly, check that the signatures match what's on file, and then it takes longer to count because it's like, they have to open up the mail, check the signature, then inside of that. So it's like a two-layer thing. I've actually got my ballot here still because I scanned mine in. So you got the ballot, and then you put the ballot into the security envelope, which I don't know if I have anymore. So the ballot goes in the security envelope goes in the main ballot, and you mail it in, and they check your signature and so on. So it takes longer to count those, and that's why.
Right. Did you, seeing as you voted by mail and you've scanned it in, with the actual copy, did you not feel like dumping it in a river and taking a picture of it and putting it on Instagram just to wind them up?
Well, no, because the Republicans don't have a sense of humor. And then I didn't want to end up being some sort of right-wing meme.
Yeah, you do.
No, I know.
Yeah,
See, so there's my, I don't want to show the address, but this is my security ballot. So the ballot goes in security ballot, and it's got I don't think that shows my address on there, does it? No. That's got my signature, so that would have been checked, and then that went into an envelope to send. But my state allows you to scan it and send it back. Nice. And so I was able to confirm online that it was received, but I'm from a blue state that will definitely vote for Biden no matter what. So I'm not from a state like Robin's where her vote will actually count in the greatest American democracy. Right, let me tell Grania to go ahead and call in when she's ready.
I'll do some messages. Jack on Twitter says, nicely put, Steve, but that was a few minutes ago, so I hope it was after my question that was basically a statement about how anger has become the currency rather than thoughts and discussion. But it also could have been the joke about the testicles. So you never know what's the thing that's particularly floating in anyone's. But that's the thing you get with a project that's got Stephen Allen involved. Some deep thought about the concept of debate, then also a joke about genitals later.
There we go.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. They've called a few more states for Biden. Trump, Arkansas, which is, again, no surprise. So we're at 90. Well, Fox News has got 91 to 73, and my tracking, I've got 91 to 74. So I can't tell where that one extra random, maybe it's that one. Take that one away.
What are the individual units of the Electoral College called?
Electors.
Right. So if
91 so far Biden needs 270 to win. He's got 91 versus Trump having 73 electoral votes.
Nice.
Committed to him. But we are a long way out.
I can tell us now that in the waiting room, I can tell that Gronia's with us. So let's see if the technology works. No, not yet. No, that's fine. We expect that the picture doesn't update until I click this and then spend half an hour trying to get it fixed, and you're on the screen in a sec. Yay! Hello. You all right?
Oh,
it's Grania Maguire, everyone.
Hi, I'm on my third G&T.
Now let's see. Can you hear me?
Can you hear Eric? No, sorry, you can't hear Eric yet because I've got to do a thing. Sorry, I found a solution to a tech problem with you not being able to hear Eric. There's a chance that you hear about 15 Erics for a while, but in theory, can you hear Eric?
No.
Grania, can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Oh, good. Welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Is Robin still here?
Oh, that would come on. I've just had a heart attack trying to get 3 people on screen at once. Come on.
We're learning how to do this tech as we do the show live, so we managed to. We can only have one guest at a time. Otherwise, it just goes nuts.
Why are you drinking already? Are you okay? Are you coping?
No. No, I'm not. I felt all day like that low-level anxiety, like I have to catch a train and there may be a problem with my ticket, but if somebody talks to me, I might be able to persuade them to let me on. So that's been how I've been feeling all day. And now it looks like Trump has won Florida, so I'm really depressed and sad.
So
is this feeling like 2016 again, Grania?
So my 2016, let me break it down. I was working on an election show and I was the only woman on the writing team. So I was convinced. I was like, well, obviously Hillary's going to win. And I was dressed head to toe in the US flag. And I brought along a bottle of Prosecco and I had it all planned out. I thought when she wins Florida, I'll make a speech. And I won't explicitly compare myself to Hillary Clinton, but I'll provide enough information that maybe they will then make the connection themselves. It was going to be an amazing night. And then at about 2:00, it became really obvious that our script was completely unusable. And I then had to go to work the next day, walking through central London, just looking like the biggest Trump fan that there ever was. And it was quite bleak.
Well, there's a part of Ireland that I bet really likes him. He's got that golf course out there.
Yeah. Oh, so the one saving grace is that he doesn't have a direct contact with Ireland. Scotland is really taking a hit for us on this one, so I'm grateful for that.
So you've not brought the positivity vibes in that way. Drinking, we understand. Do you? We were talking about superstition earlier on. Have you done anything to try and just make the vote swing at some point later on? Have you done anything with cats or mirrors to try and scupper the Trump campaign?
I think what I've done is I've done that stupid thing where I've been trying not to think about it, and I've been trying to not get my hopes up. And it's like, like classic thing, like with an audition where you go, oh, well, I actually don't mind either way. So if I don't get it, it actually won't bother me. And it never works. So I think in my head, I was like, oh, well, I'm not even really thinking about it too much. So, I'll be fine.
And also, I think try not to think about it is the new NHS advice for most diseases these days. It's one way of lowering capacity, is that if you find something that's not right, don't get it checked out right now. Wait and see. I think wait and see is the new policy. So it's a similar sort of thing.
Yeah. How are you guys feeling? Am I stressing too early? What's your gut instinct?
No, it's, the future of the American democracy is at stake. So it's fair to be nervous. I mean, looking at my electoral maps and things, we can afford to lose Florida, and that's not the end game, because Biden is already, as long as what holds in Minnesota and Wisconsin, where Hillary tanked it last time, then there's still a path to win. We can skip Florida, we can skip North Carolina, we can skip Georgia, but then Ohio and Pennsylvania become interesting. So,
isn't that better though? Would you not rather not have to thank Floridians for anything?
No, I'd rather win this and be able to drink my Prosecco.
Okay, good point. Yeah.
They're so
I too,
smug, though.
Grania, have got
why do
a
Florida
bottle of
get to
Prosecco here on
decide
ice just in case.
everything?
But
that is true. Greg, you were saying, why did Florida have to get to decide everything? This is what I don't like about. This is true of American elections and true of in the UK with the way the stupid first past the post system. That if you can be in a swing area and if you can be the holy grail of the undecided, if you can play politically hard to get, all of a sudden you're the most interesting person, and it's a system that gives greater value to people who don't have the good sense to make up their mind.
Yeah.
It rewards idiocy.
But I mean, the mantra to keep reminding ourselves, guys, is that they said that the early counts would favor Trump, and that as the mail-in votes got counted, it would swing, it would become bluer and bluer. So,
I see what you're saying. So anything that looks bad right now might actually get the opposite of a redshift. To get a little bit technical, it's the opposite of the Hubble telescope's redshift that proved that the universe is expanding. This is evidence of a shrinking political universe.
Yeah.
I can tell this is one time where my sciencey brain's not helped do anything there at all, did it? It just made it more complicated.
I'm sure Grania understood that. She's smart.
Yeah.
I don't like science.
You're right not to. Yeah.
I don't believe in it either.
I mean, I'm sure it works, but I just don't like it very much. You know what I like? A good poem.
They're not as popular as they used to be. If you plotted science and poems, science has overtaken them. But then science is good at plotting graphs, so maybe it's cheating. Graphs are always told by the victors.
It always makes a comeback. You had the Enlightenment, the Romantic period. So I think any minute now, I think especially with people refusing to vaccinate their kids, that's a very good sign for my people.
Yeah.
People sort of carrying crystals in their pockets. I think it's a real good sign that maybe we're entering into another dark ages where it's all poetry and storytelling, and then you guys can make a comeback after that.
Yeah. I mean, not me personally. I will have been burnt at a stake. But you know what would be the most annoying thing as a scientist, being burnt at the stake by poem writers? It's just being so annoyed when they can't even start the piss in fire. Just, oh God, just use sulfur, you idiots. But no, I'd die of thirst first.
Eric, I love your tie.
Well, this is in case Trump wins.
Yeah.
I thought I would dress like him.
You want to keep that passport?
Yep. Hedging my bets. Yeah. If you bring a poem with you today, sorry, Grania.
Dump Trump.
Because for a minute there, I realised what Eric had set you up to try and have to improvise a poem, and I was thinking, like, in the world of comedy, that's a big step. That's harsh. But will you come about with Dump Trump? Fair play.
That's more of a haiku, isn't it?
It's a small fraction of a haiku. We also have special effects, by the way, that look, I can go from red states to blue states. Look at that. That's as good as this gets. £8 down B&M home stores, that.
I have an auntie and an uncle who live in New York. They moved there in the mid-'80s. They lived there illegally for at least 10 years. We grew up with the knowledge that if Eileen or Sean had to go to an ER ward or had to get help from a police officer, they could be deported. Oftentimes they weren't paid properly. They just always lived with low-level threat of their life being taken away from them because of their illegal status. Both are now huge Trump fans. Love him. Absolutely love him. So that's reassuring.
Why did, maybe they've never explained it, but why did they make that switch?
So my uncle Sean, so they both now have green cards, so they're both there legally now. And Sean, he's done really well for himself. He's got a business, he's got a building business. And we were driving along in the car and he was listening to this satellite radio station that genuinely was more like a call to prayer than a news show. It was but it made no sense. It was just a guy ranting nonstop. It's like the worst podcast you've ever heard. And I honestly, it's so weird. It's nuts. And then my auntie, she just hates women, so that's why she didn't vote for Hillary Clinton.
You said they were there illegally for a long time. Can I just get their first and last name? Just as a U.S. citizen, I'm just gonna
free toaster if
you
you double one.
They're fine, and they're white, so it's fine.
Oh, you didn't say you didn't mention they were white. Never mind then. That's fine.
Is it like anti-smokers, or when people stop smoking and then they become the worst ones for moaning about smoking? That by being in America illegally, then getting the green card, and then you become a big Trump supporter who thinks shut the doors, build a wall.
The way my auntie would talk about, it's so mad because she would talk about the Daily Mail like it was the Times. She didn't see, I didn't even know they got the Daily Mail in America, but she would just be like, oh no, I've read about it in the Daily Mail. All these immigrants come here, they want something for nothing, they don't pay their dues, and we've got to kick them out. And I didn't want to be rude to the woman. She's in her 60s now, but I'm thinking, I know you came here illegally. It's mad.
Well, you got to shut that door once you get through.
Yeah.
What it's all about.
So any updates on I don't want to call it I don't want to cheapen it by calling it a score, but that's exactly what it really is, isn't it? Any updates, Eric?
I'm waiting for the Florida numbers to refresh here, so just if you I don't want to. Oh no, we've got a live. Oh no, that's not it. So hold on, and I'll give you an update. If you can talk amongst yourselves, I'll chip in when it comes up.
We'll have clarity. Do you think we'll have clarity tonight, or
if we can get a North Carolina or Florida? Then yes, that's it. It's game over for Trump. But I missed it. Looked at the wrong screen.
This is a new game. Let's try and distract Eric at exactly the times when the figures come in.
Okay, so Joe Biden has got North
Tampa
Carolina.
Bay News here.
Well, but 70% of the vote.
Biden's got North Carolina on 70% of the. Eric, can I get an update? Is North Carolina one of those that does one of my favorite accents?
What is North Carolina been called? Is that what you're saying?
Well, 70% of the vote is in, and Biden's looking really well, and he's looking good in Pennsylvania. But only 2%.
Where are you looking?
We're looking at
Where are you
CNN.
getting these kind of fresh, hot results?
She's looking at CNN. I'm not looking at anything anymore, as I had to close all the browsers to try and fix the tech problem. So I am now just glamorous IT support.
I'm very good at American accents. If you need me to fill time, I can just do various American accents.
Because my favourite type of American, and I know it comes across as a dry slap in the face to Eric, given that I work with him so much, but it's not from where he's from. My favourite type of American is, it'll be a southern state, it's a very obese lawyer who for some reason is still wearing a suit. It's tight, he's sweating right through it, and he's in the courtroom saying, like, I do declare we are here to ascertain the verisimilitude of my client. That kind. And I want to know where they're voting. That's why I'm paying all my attention in this show.
Well, I know when my father opened this firm, he always said, vote with your heart. Oh no, I've gone New England. I've gone New England. I think I went New England there. I don't know what happened. Now,
that's brilliant.
I'm from Louisiana, and I vote for the little guy. Oh, God.
And they use big long words, but the only big long word I know is verisimilitude, which is the only one I put in the little impression. So in many ways, this show's now educational. And I got two little things to dab my head with. So if they go blue or if they go red, I can still get to do the same character.
That's his hedging his bets there. That's what he's doing. Well, Biden is leading in Ohio at 50%, but that's not going to hold. There's no way he wins at that level.
Eric's bringing the positive vibes.
It's just no freaking way. It's a technical term. I'm still trying to get to these North Carolina results you teased me with. No, I've missed it.
Eric used to have a bit in the set about that he used to be a police officer. And up until a year ago, I genuinely thought he used to be a police officer. And then he told me, no, it was just a joke in a set. And I've known Eric at least 10 years.
I mean, I think I'm the least police officer person you can ever meet. But I love that you thought I was one.
Genuinely, I didn't even bring it up. I was just like, oh, yeah, I can see that.
I can't even remember that joke anymore now. I haven't done that one for a long time.
What kind of police officer did you imagine that Eric was?
Bullied. He was bullied a lot, but his dad was in the force, so it meant a lot to him.
Right.
You know what? I'm going to take that backstory, Grania. Thank you.
Traffic cop. Traffic cop.
No. Fuck you.
Good local
That's why I
cop.
had to leave the
Community policing.
Because I got accused of a crime I didn't commit. I was just trying to help out my partner.
God damn it, we can't take a loose cannon in this precinct.
It's, the chief wouldn't listen to me.
Eric, I need your gun and your badge.
That's right. I can top that, Grania. Many years ago, there was a comedian that had a joke about having bad skin, and I had a rash, and he did the joke. It was based on him talking about his dermatologist, and so I asked him for a recommendation to his dermatologist, and he said, I don't actually have one. It's a joke, although I know I look like I need one. And I'll be honest, our friendship wasn't as strong after that.
That was an idiot.
That person is somebody who's pretty well known now.
Scars, not wounds. That was still a wound for that guy. He shouldn't have been making jokes about it.
Yep, but his career's gone really well. So, but you know what? My skin's better.
Are we on Twitch? Is all the things you're seeing Twitchy things?
We are all in theory on Twitch, but I've not got around to double checking our stream. I can do that. Yeah.
Somebody said Vice Cop, and Robin said hello. Sorry.
Those
Zoom thing or a Twitchy thing, whatever this is, whatever's happening.
The little red thing. That's when we're on YouTube. So they're YouTube comments.
Okay.
What we've
I
done,
honestly forgot.
I don't want to make this sound like I want to get rid of you, but we can only maintain one call at a time, and we promised that we'd have Eleanor come on at 2. So, if you're staying up, if you want to join us again later, if we're still here, you're welcome to come back.
I've made it too casual.
Before you dash, though, you're right. We should keep up with some of the comments, and Mark just gets in touch and says, and I'll do it in the way that I think he wants it read. McElroy, you got 48 hours to get the killer, or I'll have you on parking duties.
I was such a badass. I was not a police accountant.
Yep.
Never a police officer.
I presume we can extend the same offer and say, if you're still awake, shaking, drinking, and hating life because of the results, maybe we can get you back on later if you're still around.
I look forward to hearing from you guys. I look forward to drunkenly toasting President Biden with you in a few hours.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Just whilst you're gone, if you can just work on Florida numbers for us, because we're at 50.7% to 48.3. So could you make a few phone calls?
Yeah, I will. Do you know what? I just thought all I care about tonight's result is what will make Hillary Clinton happy. That's all I care about, because maybe it will make her feel better if Joe Biden loses. Because then it'll be like, well, you know, even he couldn't beat him. So actually, I just want Hillary to be happy. And whatever way God has worked out for Hillary to be happy, I'll respect that.
Yeah, I think there's bigger things at stake.
Well, we'll see how this we'll develop that more as a theme later.
Okay,
no,
bye.
All right.
Okay, see you later.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah. All right, Steve. The other thing we have to figure out is how I can go for a wee.
You can't need to go for a wee yet, because I've got to sort out all the rest of everything.
Do you want to bring in Eleanor first?
What, No, hang on. Say that you can talk about stuff and fill stuff while I'm clicking on some buttons for a second.
All right. Well, I've got to tell her to call in.
Yeah.
So we've got to do that. So shall I do that?
I've added her as a contact on Guest Cam Skype. So now it can happen.
All right. Oops, someone's messaged me. Eleanor was doing a show, so maybe up for okay. Okay. Let me see if she's there. We've got polls closing again at 2:00 actually. So there's in 3 more minutes we're going to get a load more results in. We're going to get Arizona, Colorado, Kansas, Louisiana, Beautiful. Michigan, and some others. None of which should be a huge surprise, but it will rack up a bunch more points on the scoreboard.
Right.
But
I can tell you just for a sec, just so that we all know what's going on. Eleanor's in the guest room, in the waiting room. We can click to go live, but before we do, I'm just going to. Yeah, now I've done it. So look, it goes straight live to the actual picture. Now the thing is, you can't hear Eric for a second. I need to press some buttons before you can hear Eric. But Eleanor, hello, how are you doing?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you, and Eric can hear you. Can you hear Eric?
Hello,
no.
Can you hear me?
Oh yes, got you there.
Oh,
beautiful.
There we go. Look at this. We're getting slick.
Yeah.
We had this little hiccups first time around, but we're getting there. Steve's gotten smaller. I don't know if that's a new thing.
No, yeah, I've shrunk down so there's more space for the guests.
There we go. Okay.
Down here in the corner.
Give me more
So how are you
space.
feeling about
Give me
things, Ellen?
more.
We've got some more polls closing in about 2 minutes. We're going to see some more results, but how are you thinking about stuff?
Yeah, I'm fascinated by it. I haven't really. I guess I realize how much I don't know. I'm following, Twitter all the last 4 years, but like it just gets so complicated and so zoning in on little places that I haven't heard. So it's good to just hear people talking about numbers.
That's what it is, isn't it? It is just people just going, oh, we've only got 47.2% in at the moment. How many decimal places are people doing? Good God.
Yeah. 72% of the vote is in. It's gone. 38% of that has gone to Biden, but only 2% of that is early voting. So you're like, what's that even mean?
It reminds me of the scene in Naked Gun when they're on the way back from the hospital and they found Nordberg, who was found is in the hospital, and they say, what's it looking like? And the boss says, they say it's 20% chance he'll pull through, but there's only a 30% chance of that.
Yeah.
That's what's happening right now on all the news networks.
It's kind of the state of the American democracy.
America is Nordberg right now.
Oh, God help us all.
Actually, just to clarify, America is O.J. Simpson right now. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, dear. And Trump is still winning in Florida.
So, Eleanor, can we talk first emotion before we talk fact? How are you feeling today?
Yeah, it's tough because I feel like I really wanted a sense of just a good feeling at the end of the year, and Trump won. It was like one thing one little win that could happen for us. But I'm kind of a bit mad in the last hour now, because it seems to be a lot closer than I was led to believe it was going to be, and I should have checked into that a bit more maybe. But
also, I think karmically you've got a strong argument that you deserved a good feeling at the end of the year. 2020 has been an absolute knob lump of existence where it's a phrase that just came to mind. I don't know why, but we've not been allowed out. Everything's been shit. People have been dying, and then people have been shitty about people dying. You think, well, okay, it's all fine because my karma bank is so high. You get ready for this election, and then it's not repaid you.
Yes, and yeah, it's making me realize again that you just feel like you're owed something in this life, and you're not gonna get it.
We've not got around to making T-shirts from this show, but I do think that should be on the list. It feels like you're owed something on this life, but you're not going to get it.
We'll give you a cut on those, Eleanor, if we get them made.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we heard you were doubling tonight, so I want to know who else's show you were on.
Yeah, I was on the show with Carl Donnelly and Chris Martin, and they had suits too, and that's what inspired what I'm wearing, because I said I'll go a little bit more casual, represent the more less intellectual side of the voter. So I've gone for I think it's this costume. It's like kind of like Brad Pitt in any of his early movies. I've come dressed as. Yeah, so they were doing. I told you that. Should I show you the notes that I made? And I was for their show. This is what my talking points were. Voter turnout is going to be up. Early voting, just that phrase. The economy, going to be hearing a lot about that, and Florida being important. But we didn't get to any of that stuff.
Well, because they don't talk about. Well, this is the substance. This is the comedy show with substance. They're vegans and stuff, so they don't really talk about anything interesting.
They got really hung up on the fact that I was sitting in front of the radiator, and that was, like a quirky thing to be doing, while you guys haven't even mentioned it at all. So
it just makes sense to me. I mean, this is heading towards the end of the year, and that means you don't have to have the heating on as often. It makes sense. Yeah. Well, I'd say well done.
Well, in the room I'm in, it's getting cold out, so I've got some windows here. I can't have the heater on because it would make noise, and I can't turn the house on because my wife would yell at me. So I'm freezing.
Right.
So you're in the right spot. Chris Martin's in California now. He doesn't even know what it's like to be cold anymore, does he?
Exactly. Yeah. And actually, what they didn't realize is that the reason I'm down here is I'm sitting on something that is going to help, I think, later on, which is my meditation cushion. So this is going to keep me calm all the way through.
This is you calm, is it? Good God.
We're getting to see there we go.
I nearly, because this is like a through the night show, because normally for the Tuesday and Thursday shows we wear this kind of like pretend like we look a bit smart. I did think of wearing pajamas for this, but I don't own any, and it would have meant leaving the house, which is illegal, I think. But I think that would have been a good look if I'd have got those old school pajamas that still have a top pocket for no good reason.
Yes, and maybe one of those sleepy caps that people used to wear to bed.
That's good.
Why did they wear them? That was a strange thing to wear.
Because not everyone sits next to a radiator. Other people need to stay warm in other ways.
Yeah. There I go, imposing my radiator values.
So when we started this conversation, Eric said in about 3 minutes we'll have lots of interesting results to churn through.
Yep, I can report that some states that are predicted to go towards the candidate that they were supposed to go for have gone for those candidates, leaving us in the same status quo. We don't know what the fuck is going to happen. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Yeah.
So basically, the board right now has about Fox News seems to be the most aggressive at calling things, and they're at 129 electoral votes for Biden and 94, 95. I can't figure out. There was one I've got one discrepant vote that I can't figure out what it's from, for Trump, but Trump is still leading in Florida with 92% of the vote in. But that's supposed to happen. I keep telling myself. And but Biden is ahead in Texas, which is extraordinary. And if Biden can win Texas, then it is game over. It's done. That's it.
Okay.
I can open up my Prosecco on ice.
Yeah, I've been talking with some friends in the States, and like I really want to have like what are the good signs to be looking out for. So you've told me Texas. I've heard North Carolina is one. If Biden takes that means
it. Game over.
I just want I can go to sleep basically. And then
Biden's also leading in Ohio, and so if you hear that's another one that can also put you to sleep.
Okay, Ohio, South Carolina, and Texas are the...
Not South Carolina, North Carolina.
It's a big difference. I mean, it's different for them, but...
South Carolina is redneck central. North Carolina is a little bit trendy.
We have the same with a place called Tipperary in Ireland.
Yeah, and you've also got two Dakotas, and again, it feels very much like you're splitting up Dakotas just to try and make it look like you got more stuff going on. Make it one Dakota. Stop dicking about.
No. There's a big difference between North Dakota and South Dakota. One of them is more northern.
This is like when you're driving through the English countryside and you go past a sign that says like West Bottleton. And then East Bottleton, Greater Bottleton, and of course, Little Bottleton. You're just one damn village. Stop dicking around.
Yeah, and you got it with Norfolk and Suffolk. You're just fucks.
Just a big bunch of fucks.
Fuck. Just do one fuck, guys.
I like the way you say that. Norfolk. I like that. Next time I go there for a gig, I mean, obviously that will happen anytime soon. I'm going to say all that.
Okay.
It's good to be here in Norfolk. Oh dear.
You wait till he works out what's at the end of the word Essex. Oh, it's going to be good times.
What's it?
Write it down.
I got to see these things written down. Hold on.
Yeah.
Ooh. I'll have a little bit of that. So yeah, I don't know when the next polls close. It might be another whole half hour, but. Because you and I have chatted politics before. So have you been into U.S. politics for a while, Eleanor? Is that just a Trumpian thing?
No, I have, but I guess there's just I just get kind of into the issues of it rather than the actual. I don't know the stuff about the voting. That bit is it doesn't get reported on as much over here. So you hear about it more culturally through issues being discussed through books and movies that come out and what stand-up comedians say on stage. So I kind of get into it through that route, which is one way, I guess, of learning, or whatever podcasts are on, that would be talking about it. That's a more cultural thing. So this is a whole kind of nerdy side of it that I'm gravitating towards, and I really like. But it's overwhelming when it happens on one night, like tonight, and you're kind of just hearing about numbers again and places.
On the number side of things, actually, in the comment board, Mark says Biden is ahead in Texas, 49.8% to 48.7%. I think he might just be typing numbers in just to wind us up now. And also, Britt also says that absolute knob lump is his choice of swear word, or her choice of swear word, for 2020. So at least we've achieved something.
I went to the States for the 2016 one. I was in California, and was, I was excited about that, and thought, it's going to be nice to be there at the time. And had that whole experience of the whole day. Everything was, Hillary Clinton. All the shops were giving, you could get like 15% off in the shops if you could prove you had voted for Hillary earlier that day. And yeah, just such a like, it didn't seem like, when the news started to filter in, it's like, what? Like this place, like, what country is that happening in? That's definitely not in the place I'm in. I remember watching, I don't know if this story is a little bit, maybe it's a bit, even it's kind of sentimental or something, but when I was walking through the city, there was, I was walking along, and there was a quartet on the side of the road that started this kind of impromptu concert for whatever gridlock. There was loads of gridlock traffic there that day. And I kind of passed and was like, oh yeah, that's a nice artistic thing you'll find in San Francisco. Well done, play to stereotype. But then when I got home, I was like, realized, oh God, that was this kind of, brave political act of like, we're going to sing through all of this that's going on. So yeah, it was. I think about those people still, that quartet.
And that thing you point out about how you see no evidence of what then becomes the result. People explain it by being like the echo chamber concept, but the polls follow the same thing. So I know people have talked about the concept of a shy Trump voter, which seems like an oxymoron within itself. The idea that someone who has the personality type to like Trump could in any way be shy. Can you square that circle for us?
That was geography based for me at the time. So they were like, they were the Trump voters that they said existed were just too they were too distant from me. So my eyes weren't good enough to see them. So I think they were just very small Trump voters rather than shy.
I would say the curvature of the earth didn't help, but we're probably not even allowed to believe that these days.
Yeah.
If Trump wins, it's definitely flat.
Yeah, if Trump wins, the flat earthers win, definitely.
Yeah.
But Eric, we've never talked about this either. Shy Trump voter. The words just don't even feel right coming out of a human mouth.
I think it's people who are basically trying to hide the fact that they're racist, and so they don't want people to know that, because their daughter might bring home somebody who's, so they don't want to make it awkward around Thanksgiving.
But I thought the gift that Trump brings to the world is an excuse for being racist, and you get away with it, and he makes you feel good about your bigotry.
He does a lot of that. He does a great deal of that. But apparently there's also people who are embarrassed by him because they realize that they're voting for him for other reasons. So they're embarrassed, and he exhausts them from the perspective of, how outrageous and ridiculous and dishonest he is. But they like the fact that they get some tax cuts, or they like the fact that he puts judges in the Supreme Court that they like, and he'll overturn gay rights and a woman's right to choose. So that's more important than their dignity and soul. And so they're shy about that.
Okay, Eleanor, same question, but I'll phrase it mathematically. What kind of tax cut level would you have to be given to vote for a racist, and also to get rid of women's rights to choose?
You see, I rarely have to face up to that question, because my stand-up comedy earnings are so low, but also because I've always lived in very liberal districts. So even if I were to vote for one of those people, they would never get elected. So
yeah. Still looking for a number though. How much? 80%? 85%. It leaves me free to vote liberal and never interrogate myself in that way. Nice. So you vote liberal and get the sweet tax cut. I see.
Well, but I don't know why we're acting like that's an American phenomenon. We have shy Tories here in this country. People, Boris Johnson was quite popular in the last election.
Yeah, but then so the in the Midlands of the North, the Red Wall, they still don't seem that shy. I think even in December, you heard the noise of people saying how upset they were, And then there's the Trump supporters who they don't come across as not shy. I mean, look, I guess there's a built-in irony to the question that, of course, the Trump supporters you see aren't going to be the shy ones. But it just seems like the mantra is don't be shy. Shout about how you feel about politics. That seems to be what the Trump ethos is.
Yes. Yeah. And be angry whether or not you're winning or losing.
Yeah. Yes. God, that's so... Because we don't want to do too much Brexit on the show tonight, but that's exactly it, isn't it? You win a referendum and be angry about it.
Yeah. But isn't it? This is my theory, and I want somebody to hear it. But basically, is it that some people, like, they have a lot of, like, unresolved personal floating anger going around, and they think that voting, the problem is that the guy they want to be president isn't the president, and then they vote for him, and that doesn't take the anger away, and that's why they're still angry then after 4 years. So all the Trump supporters are really like going, we thought he was supposed to fix this and he hasn't, and they're blaming the Democrats and saying you messed up our great president. He was supposed to make me feel good about the fact that I was bullied in school, and that hasn't happened. So
every guest we've had on so far has mentioned the concept of school bullying. It's the strongest theme of the evening. I think maybe it is going to steer people's votes.
Well, it is. I mean, Trump was a school bully, so that's why he was sent off to a military academy when he was in early secondary school. So I think that the country and the world has been bullied by his tactics and his behavior, and he stokes anger as a way of, just like Eleanor was saying, keeping people sort of off balance and on his side, because he just keeps saying nothing's his fault, it's China's fault, or it's the Democrats' fault, or it's everything else. So it's yeah, I would argue to say that this show right now is one of the most insightful things talking about the election, especially compared to what Chris and Carl are doing.
Nobody else is doing this, not Chris, Carl, not anybody.
They're stuck into radiator chat.
Definitely radiator chat.
Probably still talking about it and not even on anymore.
Is the radiator on? Is the question that I can't believe I didn't ask earlier. See, that it was on, but it has gone off since. So obviously the setting in our house has been because it's timed. So the timer, we got to the end of the timer, but the comedy was still going. So did you change it on the weekend when the clocks moved? No, I don't. I think that could well account for it. Yeah. I mean, this show, Comic Solving Problems, I think it's the first one we've ever solved.
But change it. I mean, but there's no point changing it for winter, because you're just going to have to change it back again in the spring.
True. That's true.
Yeah.
It's only 6 months from now.
Any more results coming in, by the way? You've got some. While you have a little look, I'll see if we've got anything else in the message boards. Calling it a wee willy winky hat. That's a nice way to phrase. It also seems like a euphemism for a condom, but fair enough. Please just randomly do a show wearing a wee willy winky hat with no explanation why. Good idea. We'll put that on the list. And Mark says, wait, mind you, Middlesex is a fun place. That's the other one that's like Essex and Wessex, but it's in the middle.
And Sussex.
Cheeky. And yet there's no Norssex.
No.
What were you saying about this is the most insightful show?
Well, I can say with insight, Biden is leading in Ohio, which would be, I mean, if he can hold on to that, again, that's a game over moment. Pennsylvania only has 11% voting, so kind of ignore that for now. 70% in Michigan, I'm going to ignore that because Trump's leading. But 93% in Florida, and it's 51 to 48%. So if Trump is in this, if he can hold on to Florida at that level,
he's going to win Florida, that means, doesn't it?
Sorry?
He's going to win Florida.
We can move on from that.
I mean, I mean, but the thing is that the later votes they count are the ones that are expected to be in Biden's favor, and it is close enough that it could start to get close, closer to a tie at least. But the fact that Texas is neck and neck is pretty incredible, because Texas hasn't been won by a Democrat, I think, since 1964. So that is significant.
Texas is neck and neck, or as you could say, red neck and neck.
Again, our this is plummeting.
I think I'm done for a while after that joke. I think if I could just leave you to it for a while, I think I've done my work here.
The whole show is done. But oh dear, I've lost that. So yeah, I don't think there might be another half hour before they close more polls, but there'll be a whole nother set closed at 3:00. So that'll be the next big chunk.
So Eleanor, if a Trump win happens, what do you do tomorrow? What do we see you doing? If we follow you on social media, do we have to hope for you to press some sort of safe button so I don't have to call the police?
I will just go further into my. I just retreat. I think into. You'll see very little comedy from me on that subject. I'll have kind of concluded that the public don't want. They just want us to talk about very mundane, observational. Michael McIntyre, nice man, but style comedy, and that's all we want. I will take the public's hint on that. Shut up, basically.
I was thinking I might work on I might buy a dog just so I could work on some material about what it's like to be a dog owner. That's probably that kind of material they're after.
I think so. Yeah.
Whimsy.
Yeah. I go to Sainsbury's, all the different supermarkets, and compare maybe the different, and maybe there'd be some kind of class reference you could kind of build in. That some of it's like maybe wealthier people shop in Waitrose, and then the more normal people, or middle of the road people are more Tesco's, and then I think Morrison's, is it? Morrison's, they're the ones that are cheaper again. So I would class thing onto that.
And then maybe I was going to say maybe do like Two Ronnies and John Cleese, but with supermarkets. But I think even then I've highbrowed myself out of being funny. I overstretched. I tried to do political satire about supermarkets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to rethink this whole career. Damn it.
Yeah.
Well, this is a good time to rethink careers, because none of us have much of a career right now. So, I mean, that's the positive thing, right?
I mean, what is actually fun about this is that as much as Rishi didn't want to, we're all getting some money to sit here and just talk politics. I mean, I thought the reason why stand-up comedy wasn't allowed to come back after the lockdown as early as a lot of other things, like tattoo parlors and gyms, for crying out loud. It's our own fault that since the 80s, stand-up comedians have stood on stage saying, those Tories are shit. And then all of a sudden, surprise, surprise, we're not allowed to work anymore. So I'm not surprised by that.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
These right-wing comedians, they had the idea. The ones who all pivoted a few years ago because they realised that was a way to get on media. They're going to do all right.
They are, yeah. But I've been wondering about those guys. Are they now in favour of the government telling them that they have to retrain into other areas now? I feel like there's a bit of a conflict there. Yeah. If you're a right-wing comedian, you have to stand up for Rishi's argument that you shouldn't expect to be a comedian anymore.
Or maybe we should all just retrain to be right-wing comedians.
But I guess are gigs allowed for? They're not allowed for right-wing comedians either, though. So
but I bet you private members clubs come back first. Popping down the old Conservative club, they'll be allowed to put on a do before your normal comedy gigs.
Right.
And you should get booked in for one, because they'll love your stuff about supermarkets. They'd love it.
Yeah. I know. I'm not. I make these claims, but I'm actually if it came down to it, I just can't deliver stuff like that with any kind of the level of enthusiasm that you need. There'd be somebody doing it better than me that they'd go for. So.
Yeah. Damn it.
Yeah.
Bought that dog for no reason.
The thing is, I mean, the right-wing comics I've seen, the thing they've done the anger thing on both sides. So they're angry at the left for being left-wing, but they're angry at the government for taking away their freedoms. So they're getting to allow themselves to be angry with everything. So again, it's that winning formula. You have to just be pissed off all the time.
Seems like a lot of work, that, doesn't it?
It does. It does.
Being angry all the time.
But being angry from your meditation cushion would be the hardest, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that would be very hard. Yeah, I just wouldn't be funny, you know.
Although, if you want, like, I don't know, you may well have already dismissed this, but if you wanted to do a strand of videos for Instagram, angry meditation from your meditation cushion, I would watch that. That would be great. I'd close my eyes, breathe in, and listen to you just rant about how shit everything is, but in a really calm voice. I think you've got the perfect way to deliver it.
Yes. What? Okay, so it's kind of feel the fear, and then be afraid, because you should be afraid, because you don't know your fellow human as well as you think you do.
Yep.
That nice
good.
person down the road that, you know, offered to take your spare key and you could be their spare key person, they voted Conservative.
There you go. And if there is a book deal like Eleanor Tin and The Fear of Now, then we'd like a slice of that, but I know we're not going to get it, so that's fine.
Yeah.
Well, we can trade off the slice of the T-shirts. So we do the T-shirts and the book deal.
Yeah, that's true. We will do T-shirts for you.
Yeah.
This has been a productive meeting. Again, the end of the American democracy, but we've got merchandise.
Yeah. And I know this is why I feel bad sometimes when I'm working with you, Eric, where I know I'm so less invested in this than you, because I'm just... It's a bit more of a spectator sport for me. You know, if a nation crumbles, I get to lean back and go, it's not my nation, is it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, and that's how I feel about January when Brexit happens.
But you bothered to get not the membership, whatever it's called, the citizenship. You've made yourself doubly vulnerable.
That's why I know I've been double fucked and not in a good way.
Yeah, I feel about both of you. Because, but then I have the luxury of, like, maybe does that mean that Ireland just doesn't matter? Is that why?
It does.
We were saying earlier that whilst in theory we should be jealous of you having a European passport, where are you gonna go?
Portugal, yeah.
Go get all the different new strains.
Yeah.
Right.
More results?
Well, no more results yet. I think it's going to be a little while now that things are going to start trickling in. But Eleanor, if you're sick of us, you can free yourself at any time. So don't feel trapped being here. I know Steve, I'm going to have a comfort break soon. This is 2 hours of showtime, so I don't know how we want to handle that.
What we'll do is we'll do some messages, Ellen. I think if you're still awake earlier on if you're awake later on because you can't sleep, do get in touch, and we'd love to have you back. But if you're going to get some kip, that's totally understandable. Mark in the comments section said he's heading to bed. Make sure that Biden wins, please. Well, we'll try our best, but thank you for thinking we have any sway in this. But we'll still broadcast. I think what we'll do is we've got some clips of previous election-related material that we've put on in the past. We'll play some of those clips. While you go to the toilet, right. I'll take a drink break as well. I'm not going to do a toilet break because weeing is quitting. You just got to all the way through. I'll be drinking extra fluids just to really challenge. But the thing that we keep forgetting to do is asking guests what they need to plug. Ellen, have you got anything that you want to plug? Anything you got going on that you'd love people to hear about?
Yeah, follow me on Twitter and Instagram. I'm trying to be funny on those mediums these days. Yeah, that's me.
I remember being funny in person to rooms of people, but now you have to do it on social media.
No.
That's old school.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you very much for giving us your insight and the most emotional, moving section of the show. I would say so far, but we're not going to get anywhere near close to that. So through the whole damn thing. Well done.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, have a good night. You stay near the radiator. Don't go too far from it. Thanks. Bye. Bye. Well, the technology ended up working, Eric. Look at that.
There we go. We got there in the end.
Yeah.
Let's see here. So, all right. So we're going to take a brief break. How long do we want to say the break?
I could do you. Let's have a look. Thinking of your poor nephrons. Please have a wee. What's a nephron? Says Britt. Oh, that's seeing sciencey. Is it some sort of...
We're going to Google that.
Cells in your bladder or something? So time-wise, let's have a look. I can open up Eric's Trump clips. Would you fancy a 4-minute 18 one where you talk about the former Trump associates?
That should be enough.
If you're not back, I'll carry on without you, but we'll get you... we'll give you a break. 4 minutes and 18 for Go for Wee Wees.
So we will be back. Stick with us, and hopefully we'll have a few more results to report from then, and I will go feel my nephrons.
Nice. Back in 4.
What do you do if you used to work for Donald Trump? And it basically seems like there's 3 categories of things that you can do. And we've seen this based on today's headline for Steve Bannon. And one of the things you can do is you can get arrested. It's a popular choice for people who used to work for Donald Trump. Steve Bannon was a campaign manager. We can see we've got another Donald Trump's first campaign manager. We've got that here, Corey Lewandowski. He was charged with assault for grabbing a member of the press. That's one option you can go for there. You can go the other way if you want. Also another campaign official. You got Manafort, Paul Manafort. He was convicted. And is now in jail, bless his heart. And the Senate just came out with a report making it look like he pretty much did collude with the Russians. That's one choice. So when you stop working for Donald Trump, and hopefully there's going to be a lot of people who are no longer working for Donald Trump after November 3rd, please vote if you can. And even if you can't, apparently it's going to be all mail fraud anyway, so go for it. But
if there are any dogs and dead people listening, please vote.
Any dogs, cats, not the cats. Fickle bastards.
No.
Another choice. So if you don't want to go down the convicted route, or at least not get caught yet, you can do what Michael Cohen is doing, which we mentioned on Tuesday. He's gone down the path. He's actually he did go to jail as well, but now he's going to write a book. So he can do the tell-all. And I'm looking forward to this book because he's going to talk about the PP tapes. And I've heard he's got a picture section in the book. Not
a scratch and sniff section.
So many people have stopped working for Donald Trump and have written books about what they've seen behind the scenes there. I mean, Trump, for a man who doesn't read, he's done very good for books. It's pretty incredible. Now, the other option is that you can go, which is happening right now. We're getting a number of Republicans who spoke at the Democratic Convention and are just going on TV, and they're speaking out to warn us that they tried to fix Donald Trump by working with him, and he's unfixable. And we're seeing this now. We've got Miles Taylor. We've got the headline here, I think, who worked in Homeland Security. He's come forward saying he's backing Biden. He says others are going to speak out as well. He's speaking out. And he's come out. He's been all over the cable news shows in the States. And he gave some examples because he's working in Homeland Security, so he was having to brief Donald Trump about a pending hurricane that was coming towards the U.S., and this is what he said it was like talking to him.
And then he turned to me and he said, I've got a question. Yes, Mr. President. He said, do the hurricanes always spin this direction? He meant counterclockwise. Now, that's called the Coriolis effect. Same thing that causes toilets to spin the other direction in Australia, a follow-up question he also had. But this is what the president was focused on. Americans were in the path of a deadly hurricane. He needed to get out there and tell them to evacuate, and he was just marveled at the way that hurricanes spin, in a way a third grader might, learning about earth science.
Steve, that is a terrible thing to say about third graders. They are smarter than that.
Yeah.
And it's science. You can see it swooshing there. So, that's how it works. Otherwise,
I love the way you started speaking about the need to evacuate. Well, it's a good job you've been studying toilets.
It's another use of them. That's something that Donald Trump would understand. Miles was pretty harsh in that interview about what he found working for Donald Trump. And of course, as in America, because we can do lots of things with political campaigns, his commentary on what Trump would be like if he won re-election has already been turned into a campaign advert, which we have here.
The president's reelected, the guardrails will be gone. We should expect, quote, shock and awe if the president wins a second term. You will see a flurry of executive orders. You will see the president pull out of foreign alliances. You will see the president align with dictators around the world. And if right now we're less safe because we have fewer friends and stronger enemies than before, you can expect to see that on steroids in another 4 years of the Trump administration.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
And we're back. The clip's just finished.
Oh, there we go.
I can't believe it. You weed in exactly the correct amount of time.
There we go. I'm still pouring myself a drink, but I don't see us yet. But there we are. Oh, there we are. Look at that. Hello. And welcome back. We had to take a little comfort break there because I've been drinking coffee all day. And, whew.
So give us your, I'll tell you, I can reset it up so you can get to see us properly. I'll just do this. Give us your latest hot take on the situation so far. And I would say for anyone just joining us, but wow, if you're just joining us now, that'd be an interesting time. But we are broadcasting live through the night. As far as we go, we'll keep plowing on to see what's been happening with the results from the American election. What's the deets?
Doesn't feel good, Steve.
Is that because of the wee you just had?
Oh, that feels good.
Okay.
That feels good. My nephrons are feeling good. I Googled it, and there is a picture of some bits that look like the inside of my bits. So it's a unit of the kidney, the structure that actually is urine.
Wow.
I'll say urine like you do, but, it's urine.
Well, no, I say urine. Well, people from the East Midlands say urine. We had this debate. I was in the East Midlands over the weekend, and there was a hot debate of whether it was scone or scone. And apparently the East Midlands is somewhat odd that we always pronounced it scone, and everyone else thinks it should be. Yeah. So I don't know.
Scone.
I don't know.
Go for scone. That's fine. Right. I don't know if there's been
debated.
anything called while we've been away, so let me try and update our charts here. Things are tight. There's been a senator who's won re-election in Texas who's a real douche, so that's exciting.
What's happening with Texas? Why is Texas looking slightly more, well, I see, rather than what I see?
Trump is slightly ahead right now at 49.4%, with Biden at 9.2%. Progressive people, will start to vote Democratic. Pennsylvania, that's too early to say any real results, but yeah, it does look like it's hard to know with that 7% of the votes left in Florida if that could swing towards Biden if a lot of them are those absentee voters. I haven't seen Virginia. There was somebody just tweeting about Virginia that Trump is way ahead in Virginia, which would be an upset and would be a big deal. But that's only 43% of the votes in. Again, we were told the early votes would lean towards Trump. So that's where we may not get a result tonight, and that's where the whole thing of getting an election day result is only a modern myth, because so we have the election tonight, then the electors actually have to traditionally physically went to Washington D.C. sometime in December to vote for the president, because that's what makes the president is these actual physical people. So each state, like California has 55 electors, they go and vote in DC, and then the new president is sworn in January. Well, that used to be the new president was sworn in March, because back in the good old days, it's a big country, they'd be literally having to travel across thousands of miles to get these people physically there to vote.
Yeah.
So
which, as we know, all of my knowledge is based on recently watching Hamilton. So that makes sense. It doesn't look like they could travel too easily around that time.
Because it's not a little punk-ass country like Britain is.
Punches above its weight, though, isn't it?
Considering how badly things might be going. It's hard to know. I mean, yeah, if Virginia were to go for Trump, that throws all the models that have Trump having fewer paths to victory.
And I know we're doing this. We're doing this, broadcasting through the night, talking about the results. But the flip side of that is all the prediction and all that kind of stuff. I don't know why anyone bothers anymore, because talking about the results, yes, but the predictions, it's a waste of time. I know it fills airtime, but since 2016, maybe before then, there's never been a prediction that seems to have worked, or at least there's no prediction that's been useful. You might as well just be flipping coins. But I suppose, this is why they don't do that on the BBC News channel. They don't just get people in so that the anchor can ask them to flip a coin and go, well, that's heads, so it looks good for Biden. But that's basically what it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously the BBC couldn't do that right now because that would be favoring heads and endorsing heads. And right now the BBC doesn't like to show heads or tails. Yeah. They just focus on the edge.
They could get someone to flip a coin as long as they had two guests on to talk about whether it was heads or tails.
And for anybody from America watching this, because the BBC is trying to, I don't even know how to describe it. Let's see. Oh, Britt said, keep up the good words. I don't know if we read this one or not. Britt's going to sleep. She's given up.
Don't blame you. But thank you for hanging in. I mean, you've watched an awful lot of our output, so thank you for that.
Let's see here. Yeah, we're not getting. I mean, total votes right now: 28 million for Trump, according to the Washington Post, and 26 million for Biden. But again, California is going to change a lot of that. So Biden is only at 48% of the vote, with Trump at 50%. But again, if you look at one of the maps out there, you'll see a lot of red going on. A lot of votes for Trump. A lot of Trump country has reported, partly because that's just the nature of moving east to west, and they don't report some numbers until the polls close, because I think people might still be voting in California for a couple of hours. Yeah. And Arizona is crucial, because Arizona is one of those states that would help put Biden over the top, as long as he holds on to Virginia.
See, I always used to find it amazing that figures are always so close. But then I grew up and realised, well, it makes sense, because if you want to get political success, you end up splitting people down the middle. You will find the issues that cause a roughly halfway schism, so that you can get closer and just nudge over that halfway to become the party that's in charge. That's why for any population, if there are two main parties, they should roughly split opinion roughly half. That almost seems like natural evolution of how democracy should work. But then when someone like Trump comes along, that doesn't seem to be chasing the centre ground and finding the line that finds the halfway point. If anything, pushes politics more extreme. Now I don't understand. Like, my system, my internal brain model of why numbers should be so close doesn't make sense anymore, because it's not like he's been chasing the middle ground. He's very much just heading to the edge, knowing, sticking his flag in the ground of the extreme area. But maybe he just realised there were more voters there that weren't voting before.
Well, or there's those people who wouldn't admit, hold on, we're going to make a noise. Nice. That was my nephron. There's either those people who were afraid to admit that they would vote for him before, and so there's that thing coming out. But yeah, I mean, he's got a base that he's held on to, no matter what happens. But you also have a group of people in America who never, both sides only get news from sources that already agree with them and reaffirm their set beliefs. So why wouldn't you think that Trump is the greatest president if you listen to a news network that just tells you every day that he is, even if he isn't?
But it's odd that it then creates in society roughly half and half.
Yeah, that I don't. I mean, until recently now, because they can model everything, because they can tell by your Facebook and your profile if you have a dog, or if you have a cat, which way you're going to vote, and they can see your shopping. Now they can model that stuff out, so it makes sense that they would have that level of forensic knowledge about voters. But how did they know that before the last 20 years?
I thought it was the other way around. I thought it was more like a state of dynamic equilibrium that politics had to end up creating or living in a system where the votes have to be split very close to half. Because if you have one election where it's like an 80-20 vote, then the party that got 20 votes will change its opinions to make it closer to the line that should make it win, and then you give enough time, and then you get towards a 50-50 split. Although Thomas on YouTube says there's no media coverage in stating average opinions. So that's true. We need to add that into the maths, that actually if you want to even get mentioned by the media and therefore in front of the eyes of the people who will vote, you can't be sensible anymore, which is why our careers are absolutely knackered.
Yep.
No one wants to hear.
That's why my last show, which I called Radical Centrist, got no press.
Yeah. No, even though you were trying to invert it and turn it back in on itself and extremely point out that the centre could be radical. No, everyone fears saying something that might be sensible. And by God, we are sensible. I'm changing the colour again. That's how sensible I feel.
There you go. That's true, Thomas. Insightful stuff there in the old comedy. If we
take the 7 hours of broadcast we do tonight and edit it down to some good comments, we can make it look like we know what we're on about.
Yep. It only takes about 7 hours. Let's see. I'm just going to see if there's been any more exciting updates.
While you're doing that, I should say, and I can't believe we've broadcast for over 2.5 hours now. And for the first time, I will say, if you're enjoying the show and any of the stuff that we do, there's a link on screen for you to chuck a few pence in our pot, and it would be very much appreciated. If you'd like to pop a donation in, should have done this when people were actually watching, rather than just a small handful in the wee hours. But it would be very much appreciated. If you got any of that sweet furlough money, we'll take a slice of Richie's finest. Pop it in Ko-fi.com/comic solving problems.
Yep, I'm just refreshing all my little browsers here and checking the CNN numbers.
Okay, let me know when you've got some good ones coming through. And, of course, our Twitter addresses are on the screen. You can tweet there, too.
93% Trump is still ahead in Florida. Biden is barely holding on to his lead in Ohio. 64% reporting he's at 49.5%. And Trump is at 49.2%. So clearly, Steve, your argument about being split down the middle, completely accurate in that case.
I don't know why you're surprised that I might have come up with something that might be inaccurate.
No, you were accurate. I was saying you were.
Yeah.
80% reporting in North Carolina, with Biden ahead, 50.3%. Now, again, if North Carolina stays in the blue camp, that is very good news, or very bad news for Trump. But yeah, someone on Twitter was tweeting about Virginia votes being massively in Trump's favor, but it was also someone who is pretty far out on the right wing, so they might be completely full of shit, because there's a lot of that kind of gaming going on right now. And it does seem mentioning the link of our payment account works because somebody just sent us some money. So thank you very much.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. We'll take a slice
Should
of that.
have done that about 2 hours ago.
I really should.
Thank you very much for getting us a drink. We appreciate that greatly. And, anybody else out there, feel free to follow the example of that kind-hearted soul.
And while we're here, then, I'll also put up on screen, I'll swap it out for, you can subscribe to the main YouTube channel. We do these comedy shows, Comic Solving Problems, every Tuesday and Thursday at 9 o'clock UK time. YouTube.com/Comic Solving Problems. But I'll go back to the one that might earn us about 3 pence. I'll have a slice of that.
It's been like a proper commercial break that we've had. Yeah. Just trying to see where I can get some Virginia results to see if that was complete bullshit. Because you think this is going to make you more into the geeky side of U.S. elections now that we're getting into the numbers and the gaming, or the passion will be there?
Not really, because I think Eleanor, one of our previous guests, made a really good point. Sometimes the numbers get, you can really get bogged down in the numbers. But actually, if all of the numbers roughly show that any nation becomes roughly halfway split, if you've got a political system that favours just two parties, which you have in the US, which we have in the UK, which first past the posts will always do that. It will create a two-party system. If you've got a two-party, the two parties will end up positioning themselves to be roughly 50-50 split. So it doesn't matter what all these numbers are, it will always be a close race. I mean, when was the last time, I know we were going to do this at some point, looking at previous elections to see what kind of stats they got, but when was the last time that it wasn't quite close?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say whether the last election was considered close or not, because Hillary won by 2 million votes, but they were in the wrong states because of the way the electoral system works.
But so I'd say that it ends up being close, because if you're within the margin of error where the political system itself can flip the result, because even though there are flaws with the electoral college system, there's a number of votes that even the system itself couldn't bugger up. Like, if enough people had voted for Hillary, doesn't matter what flaws there are in the system.
If they were in the right states, though.
Well, no, but the point that there's a certain number of, if 100% of people voted for Hillary, doesn't matter how skewy your counting system is.
Yeah.
So, and then you go to where it did flip. So on that spectrum, somewhere along there is a number at which it becomes very interesting. It could go either way. But so I guess it must have been really close to that number for it to be flippable.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing that people said. If Biden could maintain a 10% national lead in the polls overall, the whole country, that it was statistically unlikely that he would lose the electoral. I'm not going to be able to say it anymore. Electoral college. It's going to become my hydroxychloroquine pretty soon. You notice how I said that right the first time?
You did. Yeah. Good stuff.
I did.
You've been practicing. I can tell.
Well, I just have to pause and run into it. Hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm just going to shut down the guest Skype for a while as well. That might free up some of the things. So don't get any guests on just yet while I'm getting all that freed up.
Yep. I've got one. I can't tell. This USA Today is showing me Biden's got 989,000 votes, but it's covering up the number of votes that Trump has. So I can't seem to expand it. Which I don't understand. Unless it's somewhere. The website's being weird. So let me try and refresh that. Nope, it's not working. So we'll try a different site. Elections. Oh, here we go. We'll go to the official election page for the governor of Virginia. Virginia, you can do a little bit of. All right, here we go. Trump is leading in Virginia by a big chunk of votes. Jesus Christ.
But big chunk of votes are wasted votes. It's another way to look at it.
Well, that's not wasted. If he wins the state of Virginia, then those electoral votes will go to him, and he would quite likely win the. If he wins Virginia, then I don't. And if he's leading in Florida, then he could be the next president.
Wowzers! So, how would you feel then?
Bad. Bad, because I would have to drink my Prosecco for sad reasons. There's nothing worse than sad Prosecco.
So a few people, when I was working today, I did a radio show today, and they were talking about, surely you'd want Trump to get in because of the MASH report, because of the satire-y topical stuff that you do. And I can see why that is a presumption. Because there are, let's be honest, we've done a lot of jokes about Donald Trump. I've got a 20% accurate impression of him, so it's good for the sketches that we do. But I don't know. I think politics itself is getting so angry that we're not going to get on. I'm not going to say we're not going to get on the TV doing this, because I suppose some of it does go on the TV. But it's hard to talk about this kind of stuff on TV because it is so passionate, but wrongly passionate. There's nothing wrong with wanting things to be the way you want it to be, but when you are so offended that how very dare someone do a joke about Boris Johnson or Trump or whatever. I mean, so MASH report style stuff, every time every episode goes on, there are people on Twitter going, left wing, blah, 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 blah. Bring back Spitting Image. They have done, and all I've seen is tweets of people going like, Spitting Image is as bad as MASH report. Maybe you've changed. Maybe when you were young and Spitting Image was on, you didn't mind jokes about politics, but now you're a precious little snowflake who can't stand any jokes being done about something that you disagree with. Now you're moaning about media. So I think I don't know how many more years of this style of politics we've got left in us before we're just not allowed to do jokes about it. We have to do jokes about the political system in comedy clubs that are relatively private, like the Establishment Club, like when Peter Cook was doing anti-government stuff. You know, we're going to end up having to crowdfund a London comedy club so we can get away with this stuff.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the way to break the fever of the current political climate is to have a world war. That seemed to resolve things back in the day.
Yeah, it might do, actually.
I mean, we had World War One, and we had the Spanish flu. So now we've had the coronavirus. We've done it a little bit out of order, mixed things up a little bit. Now it's time to invade Madagascar. I think we could take Madagascar.
They got nice. Well, that's where the good vanilla's from. So yeah.
Yeah. And then some nice movies. They got all those little talking animals.
Yeah. I was talking today with the other half about we're trying to remind ourselves how lucky we are because we've not had a war. And I think, like, during lockdown 1, there was an Italian restaurant that was delivering food, and for like 4 weeks in a row, we ordered really nice Italian food.
Yeah.
And on that 4th weekend, we were both a bit like, don't really know if I fancy it. And the other half said, like, I just don't think I can have another focaccia. And now we realise, oh my God, like, during the war they had rationing, and we were like, oh, well, another focaccia. Oh my God, this is just the worst. So it's good to reset your balance.
And did part of your northern soul die?
My northern soul has left this body. I should be ashamed of some of the things that I've done. From my working class roots to thinking, oh, another focaccia. I mean, it's deliciously salty and just crisp, but no, I really couldn't. Ugh,
shameful.
Shameful.
Out, demon. Right. I'm just trying to get a look at 538's website because they tend to be up on things, and they projected Biden to win 9 out of 10 times. So they've got some stuff here. Really tight North Carolina, 81% of the vote. Reported Biden leading by 5.1% and 48.7% for Trump.
Always close. Wow. Always near the 50s.
Always near the 50s. Here was some projections at 9:48. So that was just, is that now? 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. So here we go. These were for some House races, which we're not really paying attention to the House because it gets really into the weeds. Chris Christie, who was almost killed by Trump when Trump gave him coronavirus, has told ABC that he thinks that Trump will win Ohio by 1 to 2 points. But somebody's the commentator here is saying, but maybe if so, that's not such a bad result for Biden. It's better to win.
Yep.
I think a better result for Biden would be to win.
I love how you're really going out there into the you're pushing the boundaries of political analysis now. It would be better to win.
Well, that's like when you talk to, you hear the sports guys after a game. Well, we played the game, and sometimes we win the game, and sometimes we lose the game. But the ball has hit me in the head a lot today.
And it's better to win.
But remember, Trump said earlier, as we highlighted, that he's prepared. He hasn't prepared his victory speech, and he hasn't prepared his concession speech because it might be one of those two.
Yeah. What was it? He said he hopes to only use one. Yeah. I mean, I feel comfortable that he will only have to use one. So, in terms of things that, see, we know that you've got some coffee on the go. I meant to point this out earlier as well. This is what I've brought to get through the early hours. Eye drops.
For when the eyes see it might.
I was going to go full screen on you so that because no one wants to see someone put their eye drops in. So I might go full screen on you so that I can do some eye drops.
Well, I don't have eye drops. I do have an apple, which I didn't really think through because I don't know how I can eat an apple and do a live broadcast.
That's true.
And I've got some really crunchy nut snacks. These are more props, I think, than anything else. And I've been good. I still haven't tapped into the vodka yet, but that's still available as a resource. And a bit of coffee and some water. So I am hydrating.
So am I, in the eyes.
Yeah, I don't need that as much. So we are going to have to figure out in about 25 minutes or so. I've got to step over to do a little hit on talk radio and have Mike Graham gloat at me that Trump is doing well. And so I spoke to Mike Graham in 2016 and as Hillary was imploding. So it'll be about the same time of night, exactly 4 years ago, where I saw democracy begin to die in the darkness.
What we'll do then when you have to head off to do that, I'm going to play some of the clips that we've done together on the show. I'll play some of the sketches that I've done and some of the bits, the like analysis of video and stuff that you've done. We'll do that. I'll play in manually a few of mine, and then we'll do the bit where we've linked together lots of yours. And then you can just message me when we're back. Before then, as well, a little reminder for anyone who missed the start. For Eric, this is the analysis of the election. For me, I've got the graphic, catching up with the colonies. It's nice to see what's going on with that. Also, we've got from the earlier show, which you can see on YouTube if you fancy it. There's the video of Trump's dancing, which I kept from the earlier show. So if you need a little boost, every so often we can play you this. Are you ready to see the dancing?
Yep.
There you go. People could be voting for that man. There he is. And there's the coffee beans. Nope. He's flossing something.
That's the floss, isn't it? It's definitely the floss.
He's flossing something that you're not meant to be flossing. And also thank you to Philip Brennan, he regularly sends stuff into the show.
Yep.
I've not even done any of these yet. We've got some headlines of stories related to the election that we can chat through as well. I'll just give us the first one. He sent us this one that Meghan Markle apparently voted early by mail. And it doesn't say who she voted for. So, not sure.
I thought she was Canadian.
I love the idea. I'm surprised she voted by mail, because it probably means, like, she sent a letter and it was printed in the newspapers, so anything going in the post for her must be well dodgy.
So there's going to be a lawsuit to follow that.
Yeah. Although, does she not now live in California?
Yeah, she lives in California, but they went to Canada first when they fled the UK.
Yeah, but then they moved down to California to do the Netflix stuff. But then a vote in California is a wasted vote, isn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. California's pointless.
Yeah.
It's like the Dakotas.
It's like the Dakotas. The three main annoying Dakotas, the North, the South, and the Fanning. They're all pointless.
What's wrong with Fanning?
Yeah, fair enough. Aren't there... Who else is called Dakota? I get the feeling isn't there another actress?
Probably.
Do you know what? I can't even be bothered to Google it.
Yeah, that's not a surprise. So, did I have that already? Hold on. Refreshing my charts.
More figures coming in from Mr. Eric McElroy.
Alabama, and South Carolina have been called for Trump. But I should have. That's not on the Fox. That's CNN. I don't know. Let me check my Fox News list.
Well, I'm just going to lower my camera because I really am slouching more, and it's the appropriate time of day to do that.
Oops. Yep, there we go. Let's update that. So the totals right now, remember the magic number is 270. Biden is at 129, and Fox News has Trump at 109, but I don't know what state they've called for him that I haven't. It might be...
So Biden, these are ones that are solidly called, or could we see the numbers still change?
Well, these were all ones. There's been no surprises yet. None that have been called one way or another that would. There we go, Kansas.
But then I remember this from 2016 that there were ones where we'd heard about certain places that were presumed to go Hillary, and then it just turned out on the night that they didn't.
Yeah, well, that was more one getting into Minnesota and Wisconsin. So if Minnesota and Wisconsin again, if they go for Trump again, then it's game over. Right. So I mean, right now, Biden hasn't lost anything that he has to have to win, except for if he's down in Virginia and that stays that way, then that's where things get dicey. Then he would need to pull out a miracle in Florida or Texas, but that's highly unlikely.
But I thought you said Texas was still standing a chance. I still have my.
It's close, but it's kind of insane to think that Trump could lose Texas. I mean, if he did, it'd be unbelievable. Trump is pulling ahead now with 70% of the votes in Ohio. He's ahead by 2 points. And let's see if we can get an update on Texas. Michigan, Trump is ahead. Well, it's only 23%, so that's not really count. We're not going to count that. If it's only 23%, we're not going to count that because it's the other guy's doing well. So we don't want to see that. 50% of the vote in Georgia, and Trump is doing well. But again, absentee votes haven't been counted. Ohio, Trump is doing well. North Carolina, Biden has a slim lead at 85%. And again, if he can push North Carolina over the line, that does bode better. Let's see. Ooh, someone's tweeted Michigan is a problem. Well, that's not good either. Trump has now got a narrow lead in Texas at 50.5% of the vote, with Biden at 48.1.
Right. So, I mean, still too early to really say much, but not looking as good as it could be looking.
It's not looking, I think, as bad as it did at this point for Hillary, but it's not looking as good as I would like it to either. How's that for cryptic?
Yeah, that's the vague levels that we're going to get.
200,000 votes. Trump's ahead of Biden in Texas, which is pretty astounding considering, let's see, the historical results, which I have here handy. Oof. Yeah, one of the tracking places has results. If it held right now, Trump's only 2 electoral votes away from winning.
Right. So if that were to happen, we know you don't go for the chilled Prosecco, you go for the vodka.
Yeah, I don't even use the shot glass. Just
straight in, straight down. Don't even touch the sides.
I did wash the bottle. Let me see here. So the last time, Trump beat Clinton by 10 points in Texas. So the fact that he's within 1 point right now is pretty astounding. And I think, again, there's a lot of votes left to be counted and a lot of absentee votes that probably haven't even been cracked open yet. So it could look, so what's going to happen, what's going to be scary is that if it looks like at midnight, because this happened in the 2018 midterm elections, it looked like the Democrats hadn't done very well, but then as the votes were counted over the next week or two, it became clear there's actually a Democratic landslide, and they gained a huge number of seats in the House of Representatives. Our hope of a landslide tonight, so we'd have a clear winner either way, I think is pretty much going. And so it's going to be tight, and it's going to be down to all the votes being counted and, places being tipped one way or the other.
So do you think the fact that it was more of a delayed result, or rather the shape of the result changed with subsequently counted votes, is one of the reasons why they started to try and work on how to move away from that tail end, like in maths, like the Poisson distribution, the end that shrinks off? I know now we've talked about statistical distribution models. Now you're thinking I've picked the wrong guy to work with again. But if you notice that's the shape of how the votes come in, is that one of the reasons why the Trump campaign thought, okay, let's start getting rid of the post boxes and start telling the nation, we need the result on the night?
Yeah, I mean, the Republicans traditionally vote strong on the day, and Democrats vote early and vote by mail more often, and so on. So that's why Trump had said, he wants to be able to call it at midnight tonight Eastern, which would be 5 a.m. in the UK, because he'll be probably, it looks like now the way things are going, that he'll probably be winning at midnight in New York or in DC. So he can say, well, no need to keep counting the votes. I'm winning.
Yeah.
So that's, it's like, quitting the game with, 15 minutes to go kind of thing. So, so that's probably where we're at. And then it just becomes the long haul to see what happens from there.
But then if we start projecting forward, so you imagine you hit midnight, it's going well enough for Donald Trump to say, I totally won. You see what I mean? 20% accurate. It's about 20%, isn't it? And
nice.
And then that means as the results change going forwards, if they do, it's harder than just simply reading out the result. Then you've got a media that is split. So as more results come in, you can then can make it look like they've got it in for the Trump campaign, and that they're trying to undo the win that the Trump the Trump group have claimed. So it's not. I can see how it works into the media, that if you claim a victory, you then change the game.
Yeah, oh, definitely. That's why, I mean, apparently the media has been very careful. Ooh, are they calling something here? Hold on, let me see. No, they're just reflecting Trump ahead 51% to 48 in Florida. Yeah, that's why the media have kind of promised that if Trump just walks out and says I won, that they're not going to go along with that for the most part. I guess unless it's significant amounts of numbers that he's, they're trying to do it with the exit polls and with the actual votes that are counted.
But does that even matter? That's mainstream media, and I'm not one of those guys. I'm just using it as a phrase to accurately separate it from social media. The broadcast media thinks itself so special that it will say, and we won't be going along with what Trump says. But social media will, and that's probably the way that a lot of people get their news and connect with a story. So there'll be millions of people see it on social media and think, oh, that's what's happened. Yeah. So the next story that has to follow is they're trying to do what to Trump?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. That's a big part of it. And that's why he's been so what'll be incredible is if he does actually win, the Electoral College again, obviously popular votes debatable. And he's been undermining the election for all of these months. And then he wins it again, which is kind of what he did last time. I mean, it's astounding. So the same thing that he said was going to be awful will now be wonderful.
Yeah.
That's when you see this and you see that people have voted for this maniac. It's just objectively, it doesn't make any sense. But then objectively, people aren't saying it that way because they don't have an objective view.
Yeah, and maybe the problem is our list of priorities and values are wrong. Like I would certainly identify as a person who considers hypocrisy to be one of the biggest crimes. Yeah. But I'm wrong because you see people in the media, public figures being hypocritical, doing a thing and complaining that other people do it. It's Dominic Cummings, Stanley Johnson, these things where if you actually go, well, that's really hypocritical to do that. Somehow you're the bad guy for even pointing it out or working out the hypocrisy. And if we can manage to move the argument from the hypocritical act to the audacity of pointing it out, then people will get away with it. So we must be wrong. That value, I think, is out the window. I've realised I'm out of modern trend with hypocrisy. So if it's true of other values, then maybe we are simply not understanding what's going on in the world.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe we have done this all wrong. We need to be more hypocritical.
I'm going to put work into it.
Jesus.
Do you know when you've got to go and do your talk radio appearance?
She didn't say I had to be there early. She said 3:30. So,
we've got until past.
We got a couple minutes. Has anyone messaged me? My sister's just messaged me. Why do you like politics? This is horrible.
Fair play.
That's brilliant. That's very funny. Yeah, I was going to say, I was on, this is not on, mentioning Dominic Cummings. So if anybody American is listening, he's a government advisor in the UK who was caught breaking lockdown rules. But would normally someone like that, was a very high profile case. He's an appointed figure who supports Boris, who works with Boris Johnson. They would step aside, take the heat off of it, because, he could have stepped aside, come back a few months later and, whatever. But he refused to step down. And that was the point where I was on the radio this morning arguing that was because they, you had one party, one rule for them and one rule for us. And, it's old news, it kind of brushed over on the show that I was on. I was like, whatever. Anyway, you always talk about Dominic Cummings. Then I was walking the dog later and I ran into a mum because that's the part of middle-class suburbia I live in. And we were chatting about how bad the lockdown has gone and how bad the government's handled it. And she said, when things really turned, Dominic Cummings. And I was like, yes! And I had to stop myself from saying, I was just saying that on national radio this morning because that would have seemed really poncy.
But the reason that he didn't have to go...
But I'm sharing it with you now.
Yeah. The reason that he didn't have to go is because they managed to make it seem like the hypocritical act wasn't the worst thing. If you can reframe it that this media have got it in for us because they're pointing out our hypocrisy. They're biased against us because they're pointing out what we're doing wrong. I mean, by God, it's genius. Why didn't I ever think of that? Because, look, I understand it. I've done enough NLP to understand concepts of chunking up and down and reframing and all that crap. Why did I never use it for evil? Damn it.
I mean, and that's why the Republicans and conservatives, and on both sides of the pond, have done very well, is because I think you can argue they have happily embraced hypocrisy.
Yeah.
And Democrats and liberals always screw up because they try and do the right thing.
Stupid.
So stupid.
There's when psychology evolved enough so that in the 80s, you're looking at Reagan, you're looking at Thatcher, there was a movement of using psychology to realize we're more self-motivated than group motivated. So that was the change of when you'd think about society. And if you could sell someone a message that was to do with what's in it for you rather than for the wider version of you, the larger group or the society that you belong to, you'll be more motivated. So that's how it worked. Like greed is good. That whole that concept powered politics in a certain direction. Somehow this is even darker than psychology, and it can't just be NLP, because even I only studied it because I was forced to by some radio stations. I don't necessarily believe all of it. Some of it just seems like such made up guesswork that you
told me to believe it.
Yeah, well,
and I did.
Yeah, it was fun to see if you'd go along with it, but some of it makes, like the analysis of how messages are put across, I always found fascinating. But it's one thing when it's an academic pursuit just to study how people can put sentences together. But when you see people get so good at it that the way that a story can be repackaged is so powerful that you can make people vote a certain way in a referendum and vote a certain way in an election. And then it's not even just that. If it was just every 4 years or 5 years you end up seeing a nation fight with itself, that'd be one thing. But it is constant because of... The art of repackaging a message is useful every single second on social media. Now we are split down the middle. I can't believe that in the UK we've managed to be so split. Like ever since Brexit, we're split in roughly the same numbers on absolutely every issue. The other day, as soon as they say wear a mask, two groups. People who hate masks, people who love it. As soon as there's the second lockdown, split straight down the middle again. It's exhausting.
Yep, but I mean, again, like Michael Gove was on, minister here in the UK, was on Sophie Ridge, political show on Sunday, and they said, talking to him about the lockdown that the government is now proposing, that he's part of the government, and she said, I want to show you a clip of you here 2 weeks ago, point blank. She said, will there be a lockdown? And he went, no. And she showed him the clip of him saying the exact opposite of what he was saying today, and he just went, yep, that was then.
Brilliant.
She goes, it was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
It was 2 weeks ago. And he went, yeah.
God.
What are you going to do about
it? It really is, isn't it?
What are you going to do? You can't do shit because we're 4 years away from an election because it's a fixed term parliament. So.
But it's not even as if they'd fear the election, because it really is. Like last time I was on this, I said one thing. Now I'm back here today saying the opposite. And if you pull me up on that, I will make it look like the media's got it in for me.
And I mean, there's nothing wrong with changing your mind. And I'm not one of those people who says, well, that politician's flip-flop and he's evolved. I mean, if we didn't allow our politicians to evolve, then, there's, what is it? I don't want to say the wrong senator because one of them was really racist and never changed. But one of them was a member of the Klan and eventually, basically admitted that he was wrong. And he became part of the civil rights movement. Was it Senator Byrd? It doesn't matter. They're all dead. But, you can evolve. Your views can evolve. Usually takes more than 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. The question should be, what didn't you know 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
Or why didn't you act on the information? Why didn't you make this decision with the information you had 2 weeks ago, where you're now using that information to back up your decision now?
Yeah.
But still, the idea of making it seem like, if you're challenging me, you're the bad guy.
Which is incredible. So, right. I may, well, I'll probably go in maybe 4 or 5 minutes because I'm going to rejig because I'm going to switch my camera over to the other computer. This is getting some tech stuff that people want. So, so we've got, and then maybe there'll be some more results, I think around 3 o'clock, and then we'll definitely know how depressed I should be.
Around 3 o'clock?
Sorry, around 4 o'clock.
What have you not done with your clocks after the weekend?
Well, I haven't gotten a panicked call from Marty yet, so I know I haven't missed my slot. So maybe let's just say in 2 minutes so I can reset and make sure that I'm getting in the Zoom early and stuff.
While we're looking at the messages before you go, there's Yusuf something or other on DLive. DLive is a different platform. We stream this to DLive as well because we can stream it all over the place, so why not? So our main core audience, we've got Facebook, we've got YouTube, and Twitter provides a lot for us as well. I've been looking at the stats while we were talking, and we've got some people on Twitch at the moment, so we're doing all right for people. I'm very surprised we've got this many people watching. And then, of course, loving...
You're not supposed to say that.
Very surprised. And then, of course, loving the fact that on DLive someone's watching too. But Yusuf asks us the question, are you gay? Thank you for your question, because it really takes me back to the kind of things people would say at school. So you've made me feel young again. It's like being in secondary school for that level of rhetorical debate. Thank you.
Well, I mean, maybe he means gay in the old school, like, are you happy? And I will be if Biden can hold Virginia and win North Carolina.
You're saying you'd be gay for Biden?
I will be gay for Biden if he wins those 2 states. Philadelphia reports they will not be reporting any more mail ballots tonight. 76,000 have been tallied so far out of 350,000. That's a lot of votes left on the table. Let's see if there's any other news to report before we go to our break. They're starting to get exit polls, but that doesn't give us any real results, so I don't care about that. Florida, 94%. Trump looks like he's pulled it out in Florida. Jeez.
He's in what? Where is it? I can play it again. If I get the mouse on it. Here's his moves. Donald Trump getting ready to pull it out in Florida. Oh, we all recognize that. Is that how he does it? There we go.
Is that tromboning? That's something else. Right. So let's go on the break. I will message you. We'll be back live probably in, I think I'm with them for about 15 minutes. So I should be back around 3:45 or so, but maybe give me another minute to.
Well, what we'll do is we'll play some clips of us analysing political type stuff over the last 2 series of comic solving problems. So I'll get that played. Eric, we will see you. Yeah, you just message me when you're ready to go, and then we'll get back on. But meanwhile, we can start to fill things up with, let's take a look at some of the great memories we had of the fun times when we were talking about stuff to do with American politics like this.
This is going back to something that did happen to me. I'm attached to the story personally because Donald Trump, President of the United States, actually lost a lawsuit a few years ago, and he was prohibited from blocking people on Twitter because the judge decided that the at real Donald Trump, he was using it for official business to make pronouncements and that kind of thing, and he lost the case and he had to unblock a lot of people. But Trump has decided he can't take the heat anymore, and this was in the headline last week. He's just gone back to court to try and have the right to block people again after the court said that he couldn't. So, and the reason I care about this, Steve, is because you remember I was blocked by the President of the United States. I still have an American passport. I still file a tax return. Don't make enough to actually pay anything, but I file because it's the law. You're required to. They might catch you. I snapshotted it. This is back from June 2017 when I was blocked by the president. Some of you may have noticed behind me under the beer sign over here in the house. I've got it blown up there. There it is. Yeah. I'm very proud of the fact that the President of the United States and his little chubby fingers went in there and blocked me. And it's not just Donald that blocked me. I got this one, Donald Trump Jr. Look at this. Look at that.
Nice.
Blocks back in the day. And I mean, it's kind of pointless, but I've got this block as well. Don't know. I mean, everybody blocks him. But I was working on the whole family, going for the royal flush.
Nice.
A joke? I don't know. But I was unblocked because he was sued by a group called Mike Columbia, who were an advocacy group. They won the court case, and when they won, because they had like 7 people that they represented, they opened it up to other people who were blocked. And so I wrote to them and I said, I've been blocked. And they said, okay. And my name was submitted in writing as part of this court resolution to the Department of Justice to say this person should be unblocked. And somebody had to go into Trump's account. I just hope he had to do it while he was sitting there with his greasy little burger fingers and unblock me, right? that's kind of cool. And when you did it, though, you had to send in the tweet that you think got you blocked so that they could prove that it wasn't like abuse or violence or that kind of thing. So I had to go through the tweets. It was hard to know the exact moment you get blocked because, of course, you don't get noticed. That's probably the point. And I think I got it down to this was the tweet that I think did it. Trump sent this tweet. Which we have here back in April 2017. Happy birthday to our FLOTUS, Melania. He actually spelled her name right in that one. He often calls her Melanie. It's confusing when you have that many wives. So he sent that tweet. And so this was copied into the letter sent to the Department of Justice. It's on file somewhere in the U.S. government that he sent that tweet, and then I sent this one. Looking for gift ideas? Give her a divorce. It's what she really wants. 1,000 likes. That's good for me. Yeah.
How did you make the divorce in thicker text?
I've got no idea. I think maybe you used to be able to do that in Twitter. Or maybe, because I think when I was search
for divorce.
I searched for my name, divorce, and Donald Trump, and that's how it found it in the search. There we go. Yeah, I was not able to make it bold, but that's filed in the Justice Department.
Yeah.
So
he's going back to court to try and block you again. Have you been sending more jokes about his wife?
No.
We've done about 3 in the show tonight.
Now, because how do you solve a problem like having a virtual nomination convention? Because that's what they've been doing in the state. We've been doing the Democratic Party nomination. We're down today. Tonight will be the final day where Joe Biden accepts the nomination for the party. Last night, Kamala Harris became the first woman of color to be a major party vice presidential nomination candidate. And so she did the speech. So they've been doing virtual speeches. Mostly it's sort of the Zoom convention that they've had. And the thing was, she made her speech, and we've got a shot of her here just starting the speech. And I have to say, she looked so fucking happy. There's no other way to describe it. But she is clearly like, you know what? I just want to throw this one out there to Josie Perkins, who in the 3rd grade said I was a loser. Fuck you, Josie Perkins. Fuck you. I didn't mean, we try not to swear a lot in the show, but there's just that look of joy in her face clearly showed to me that she was definitely throwing it back at someone. She's like, "Oh, you watching TV tonight, Josie? Okay, bye." Bye, Josie. It was weird, though, because, of course, she did make the speech on a convention stage like they normally do, because these are huge productions, right? So she did do it on, like, a big stage, which because of social distancing, and it made for some weird optics. Like, here it is at the very start of it.
Greetings, America. It is truly an honor to be speaking with you tonight.
First off, she looks so tiny. That was the first line. Like, why not start with a face shot? And then you're zooming in, like, did they nominate the littlest woman in America? I mean, if
the
that
borrowers.
were on for, I mean, that's a high level of social distancing. If she's that small and we're that far away, I mean, that's the kind of social distancing you only want if you're on a packed train and someone has BO. I guess that's the one case where wearing those masks are going to be helpful. So part of the point of this is that, people kind of know who she is, but one of the staples of these speeches is to give a little bit of your family history. And so she did that. And we've got she lists a list of things and people that she wanted to thank for being there. We've got a little sample of that.
Family is my uncles, my aunts, and my chitties.
Now that one raised a little bit of eyebrows because do you know what the chippies are, Steve?
If I were to guess, I'd never work again.
Yes, she wasn't talking about getting a snack with the family and going to the chippies. It's a Tamil word because she's actually South Asian American, half black, half South Asian American, and it's referring to her mother's sisters. That's what chitti means. But Donald Trump was very confused by that because he doesn't know what family is. Some actual jokes.
The incompetence.
Family is my uncle. I thought you'd tag me up for the next clip because you just left a gap.
I paused because I thought you might laugh at that joke, and you didn't. But that's fine. There was some weird optics there. So the social distancing, and there's no crowds, but they still, when they do this, they still do the pan shots as if there was a crowd, which looked weird, and that's what we've got here.
The incompetence makes us feel afraid.
There's no one there.
The callousness makes us feel alone.
Creepy. There's just these little polls that are representing the different states of the union where normally you'd have the delegates crowded around those polls, but instead it was just empty. And in that, I don't know if you caught what she was saying there. Can we play that one again?
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can.
Sorry.
Yep.
The incompetence makes us feel afraid. The callousness makes us feel alone.
No wonder she's alone. There's no one there. That was just an ad lib. Now, she did make some promises about what kind of administration she and Joe Biden would bring to the table, and we've got that promise here.
But I pledge to you that we will act boldly and deal with our challenges honestly. We will speak truths.
Truths? Honesty? What is she? Have they learned nothing from Donald Trump's presidency? What the hell are they thinking? No one wants the truth. The man might get reelected, and the only thing that he's truthful about is the fact that he never tells the truth. Oh, dear.
He's like, I love the idea you've effectively made it seem like, you know that riddle of there's a guy stood in front of each door, one always lies, one always tells the truth. Donald Trump is both guys.
Both guys.
Basically like, you're not getting in.
Oh, God, don't tell us the truth. The big moment, though, of any of these speeches, it was when the person says, I accept the nomination. And so even though it didn't have the crowds and never everything else, we had that moment.
I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
She still paused for the applause, because that's what you would normally do. That'd be a big moment.
Yeah.
Balloons would drop, standing ovation. It's like that moment where both of us have had on stage where you deliver a punchline and no one laughs.
To be fair, you had one of those moments a little earlier on when I played a clip.
I
was like, you must have been
taking the clip because that joke didn't make any sense. So fuck you too, Steve. And but I thought, you know what? That's terrible. That's awkward. I don't like seeing that for Kamala. I'm very happy that she got the nomination, so I fixed it, and here it is.
I accept your nomination for Vice President of the United States of America.
That's how it should be, isn't it? That's better. Not socially distanced, but it was quite nice.
There's so many weird things with this Trump presidency. But I mean, this weekend we saw an even weirder one because Trump Jr., Donald Jr., has started his own channel and his own podcast, which they videotape as well.
Don't you hate people who watch, who set up their own stream and podcast stuff?
I know. Oh. Losers. So he interviewed his dad. Now, you'd think this is a chance. It's son, it's dad. It's a chance to show some humanity. It's to show some compassion, to kind of set aside the way that they always come across, show a little bit of genuine connection. There's a chance for that. It didn't happen. It was an incredible exchange that started like this.
So I have a couple questions that I think are on all of the minds of our viewers. So the first one, which is the big one also on my mind, is which is your favorite Trump child and why is it Ivanka?
The wise guy over here. All the same, 100%.
100%?
100%. And I'll even say you only for purposes of this interview. But other than that, all the same.
Okay, well, I'm going to remember that, okay? So that's... Okay.
Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah. I'm gonna remember he said that, Dad. I'm gonna record this bit where he said that it was me, and I'm just gonna play it over in a loop because I just need your affection. Oh, it's so sad. I watched it. I'm like, because they edited this before they put it out, and they went back to him for the reaction shot where he clearly was just like, oh, it's heartbreaking. But he thought, you know what, Father, because it was a pre-Father's Day thing. I'm going to get a gift for you, Dad, because I really know what you mostly want. And so he made what every father wants, is an attack ad against your opponent. Because what says love more than propaganda? Now, he gave him the ad. I'm not going to show the ad because it's all lies. But this is Trump's reaction to the gift.
That was a good present.
Oh,
cold.
Trump has more passion for drinking a glass of water than he does for that gift. He's like, I drank the water. I drank the water. My son, just stop trying so hard, Junior. I mean, but even more than that, you might not have caught this because I watched this clip a lot. Why don't you watch it again? Not yet. And there's going to be a moment where you see Trump, Donald Sr., look to the right, to his right, as if he's looking behind Junior to see, am I doing this right? Am I showing that I love him? Can we play it again?
I was a good present.
Oh,
right there.
That's nice, isn't it?
Oh, I was just like, that was a good present. Is that enough? Have I shown him enough affection now? Can we move on, Ivanka? Now, it could almost make you have empathy for Don Jr.
Yeah.
Almost. And then you just have to look at this.
Oh, yes.
There he is. Yeah, where he's murdered an endangered sheep. I think in Mongolia. Fucking Mongolia. So, yeah, no more empathy. I mean, it's hard to, I have to admit, it would be hard to buy Donald Trump something, wouldn't it? How do you buy the man who's had an election bought for him?
Well, I think he's looking for another one.
You're ready for a problem that needs solved. Probably more than any other problem, I'm going to say, in the world.
Okay.
And that problem is basically one word, and that is America.
Good point.
It's my home country, Steve, and I've been living away for 20 years, and I look at it and I watch what's going on, and I just there's problems at all the different levels of society. We're going to start in a minute with the simple folk, right? Mm-hmm. Some people might have seen this. It went up viral in the last 24 hours, and these were people protesting, which is normally a good thing. I don't mind a little bit of a protest now and then, as long as it's for the right reasons. But these people were protesting in a Target. Which, do you know what a Target is?
No, tell us, inform us. Is it some sort of clothes shop, is it?
Well, it's like a Tesco superstore.
Okay.
So, but they've only just added food in the last few years. It started as more the part of Tesco that doesn't have food. It's a gigantic store. I mean, to be fair, it's very convenient. There's loads of them because it is easier to shop in America than it is here. So we still have that going over the Brits. But they're protesting essentially in a Tesco superstore. And here's the protest.
Take off your mask! Take it off! Yeah, we got someone! Take it off! Take it off!
First couple things you're going to notice from that, Steve. Notice, they're all white.
Yeah.
There's just something there about the fact that there's just a level of privilege going on. Look at how much we're suffering. Oh my God, I get sunburned and I can't do with a mask. And I'm just so sick of living in one of the richest countries on earth and having to spend my time in Target rather than go to the fancy mall. I mean, these are people who have never struggled, Steve. So we've got that base level of idiocy in America. That's a problem. But then it starts to go up. And we've got, and we're used to having an idiot president. But he's not the only idiot that wants to be president, which we can see here. Kanye, who's running for president, he's got campaign staff. He's struggled to get on the ballot, but he's warned his staff not to fornicate.
Good advice.
I mean, it's an interesting agenda that he's put forward. That's the first policy I've actually heard him talk about. And Steve, I haven't really talked about the Kanye candidacy. I haven't really talked about Kanye very much, partly because I'm not a fan, but I don't know. I mean, he's like this person that's a celebrity. I guess I suppose he's talented. It's not my music. I mean, if it's not Kenny G or John Denver, I struggle. Yeah. But I mean, I guess he can run for president. Sure. I mean, the bar for president has been pretty much lowered.
Yeah.
But he hasn't really said a lot about what he wants to do, what his agenda is, other than stopping his staff from having a good time. I mean, to be fair, maybe stopping fornication is a good thing because then it stops people being born who are protesting in a Target. Maybe that's what he's trying to do. Yeah. Maybe there's a whole level of game work here that I don't understand. I do know that he did send out this message.
Wow.
Yep. In case you're wondering what's happening there, Steve, that is Kanye has, much like us, he's turned to streaming. It's popular. Everybody's doing it. He is, I guess he thinks that qualifies him to be president. He's pissing on Grammy.
What does Grandad think about that?
Oh, Steve. It's a Grammy, not the Grammy.
Right.
I mean, I guess that is a qualification for being president. I mean, normally, the current president gets pissed on. Kanye's switching it up. He's just something different.
Oh,
and you think, well, how do we know? Because we don't see anything other than the shoes and the stream and the Grammy and the toilet.
Yeah.
How do we know this is Kanye's wee-wee? Because he tweeted it.
Okay.
Trust me, I won't stop, which could mean that he's got a prostate problem.
You should try stopping it. Builds up the good muscles.
I mean, I don't know how old is he, like 35? I mean, he's got a good stream going. And I mean, I'm of an age, having that much force happening, I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Not of the Grammy, just of the consistency of the stream.
I'm more upset that he's missing the funnel. Who would wee on a Grammy and not deliberately try and get it down the main funnel bit?
Yeah, you'd want to fill that up first, because that's where you could get all the bubbles. Oh, that'd be nice.
It's all about the froth.
Okay, so we got different levels of stupidity. And then we have an Attorney General of the United States. And he was talking about the fact that he, who's the chief law enforcement officer, he actually doesn't like lockdowns. And he made this comparison.
Putting a national lockdown, stay-at-home orders, is like house arrest.
Is it like house arrest? No. I mean, it kind of is like house arrest when your kids are home from school.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say calling, staying home in the middle of a pandemic house arrest is a little bit hyperbolic. I mean, maybe just, I cut him off there. Maybe he's going to explain it in a less stupid way. Let's see what else he had to say.
It's other than slavery, which was a different kind of restraint, this is the greatest intrusion on civil liberties in American history.
Has he ever listened to any American history? I mean, we're not the British, but we try. We've done some stuff as well. I'm not going to rehash it all here. But, I mean, there's only one way I feel that I can respond to that statement. But I do want to end this section on the problem of America. It's not all problem. It isn't a problem with just the people or the media, celebrities, or the attorney general. There are some people that still give me hope in my home country, and it's the woman who filmed the anti-maskers at the Target, and she said something that I thought was beautiful.
Take your mask off! Yeah, take it off!
Fucking idiot. What do you do if you used to work for Donald Trump? And it basically seems like there's three categories of things that you can do. And we've seen this based on today's headline for Steve Bannon. And one of the things you can do is you can get arrested. It's a popular choice for people who used to work for Donald Trump. Steve Bannon was a campaign manager. We can see we've got another Donald Trump's first campaign manager. We've got that here, Corey Lewandowski. He was charged with assault for grabbing a member of the press. That's one option you can go for there. You can go the other way if you want. Also another campaign official. You got Manafort, Paul Manafort. He was convicted. And is now in jail, bless his heart. And the Senate just came out with a report making it look like he pretty much did collude with the Russians. That's one choice. So when you stop working for Donald Trump, and hopefully there's going to be a lot of people who are no longer working for Donald Trump after November 3rd, please vote if you can. And even if you can't, apparently it's going to be all mail fraud anyway, so go for it. But
if there are any dogs and dead people listening, please vote.
Any dogs, cats, not the cats. Fickle bastards. No. Another choice. So if you don't want to go down the convicted route, or at least not get caught yet, you can do what Michael Cohen is doing, which we mentioned on Tuesday. He's gone down the path. He's actually he did go to jail as well, but now he's going to write a book. So he can do the tell-all. And I'm looking forward to this book because he's going to talk about the PP tapes. And I've heard he's got a picture section in the book. Not
a scratch and sniff section.
So many people have stopped working for Donald Trump and have written books about what they've seen behind the scenes there. I mean, Trump, for a man who doesn't read, he's done very good for books. It's pretty incredible. Now, the other option is that you can go, which is happening right now. We're getting a number of Republicans who spoke at the Democratic convention and are just going on TV, and they're speaking out to warn us that they tried to fix Donald Trump by working with him, and he's unfixable. And we're seeing this now. We've got Miles Taylor. We've got the headline here, I think, who worked in Homeland Security. He's come forward saying he's backing Biden. He says others are going to speak out as well. He's speaking out. And he's come out. He's been all over the cable news shows in the States. And he gave some examples because he's working in Homeland Security, so he was having to brief Donald Trump about a pending hurricane that was coming towards the U.S., and this is what he said it was like talking to him.
And then he turned to me and he said, I've got a question. Yes, Mr. President. He said, do the hurricanes always spin this direction? He meant counterclockwise. Now, that's called the Coriolis effect. Same thing that causes toilets to spin the other direction in Australia, a follow-up question he also had. But this is what the president was focused on. Americans were in the path of a deadly hurricane. He needed to get out there and tell them to evacuate, and he was just marveled at the way that hurricanes spin, in a way a third grader might, learning about earth science.
Steve, that is a terrible thing to say about third graders. They are smarter than that.
Yeah.
And it's science. You can see it swooshing there. So, that's how it works. Other way.
I love the way you started speaking about the need to evacuate. Well, it's a good job you've been studying toilets.
It's another use of them. That's something that Donald Trump would understand. Miles was pretty harsh in that interview about what he found working for Donald Trump. And of course, you know, as in America, because we can do lots of things with political campaigns, his commentary on what Trump would be like if he won re-election has already been turned into a campaign advert, which we have here.
The president's reelected. The guardrails will be gone. We should expect, quote, shock and awe if the president wins a second term. You will see a flurry of executive orders. You will see the president pull out of foreign alliances. You will see the president align with dictators around the world. And if right now we're less safe because we have fewer friends and stronger enemies than before, you can expect to see that on steroids in another 4 years of the Trump administration.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Obviously, the big news still that has managed to surpass COVID-19 as the world global story is the movement that we're in right now with Black Lives Matter, and looking at some things that, you know, whether it's an old statue or perhaps the name of an old military base, whether it's really appropriate in 2020 anymore. And in the U.S., it turns out, and I did not know this, and I'm a fairly proud American, Steve. Did you know that 10 of the U.S. current Army bases are named after generals, but those generals are Confederate generals?
Ooh, interesting.
I'm not sure how familiar you are with the history of the United States and the Civil War of the United States, where one part of the United States broke away and tried to attack the original United States. Those were the Confederates. So you would think that naming bases after them, it would be basically like a lot of people have said, well, you know, the English named Waterloo as a station, as sort of to the French. It'd be like the French naming one of their stations Waterloo.
Okay, nice.
Flipping it around. You've embraced the fact that you've lost the war. So it doesn't make a lot of sense. So the Army actually said this week that they wanted to look at renaming these bases, that naming these you know, huge military outposts after these failed generals probably didn't make a lot of sense. Now, of course, the Army said that, but you can imagine what Trump and his administration said. They weren't so keen. As you can see.
Fort Bragg is known for the heroes within it that trained there, that deployed from there, and it's an insult to say to the men and women who left there the last thing they saw on American soil before going overseas, and in some cases losing their lives, to tell them that what they left was inherently a racist institution because of a name. That's unacceptable to the president, and rightfully so.
Yeah. That is unacceptable. That those soldiers who are leaving those bases in the United States, that the last thing they see is the name of a place like Fort Bragg, right? Those soldiers, many of whom are predominantly African American, and the last thing they see before they leave the country that they are dying to defend is the name of a fort named after a Confederate general that tried to keep them in slavery. How dare they try and change that name?
Yeah.
Now, the base that she's talking about is called Fort Bragg in this instance. Now, General Bragg, we got a picture of him so we can see him somewhere. There we go. There's General Bragg. Nice guy. A little bit of research on General Bragg, as I do on Wikipedia, because, you know, we take the time to invest in the quality of this show. In the first section of his Wikipedia page, it says, and I quote, Bragg is generally considered among the worst generals of the Civil War. Most of the battles in which he engaged in ended in defeats. Bragg was extremely unpopular with both the men and the office of his command, and the losses which Bragg suffered are cited as the principal factors in the ultimate defeat of the Confederacy.
It's great. Bragg by name, very much not Bragg by nature.
You can see why Trump likes him, though, because if Bragg was in business, he would have had 7 bankruptcies as well.
Yeah.
Now, Trump doesn't want to change the name because he's tied himself to racists and to fascists and all these kinds of things. So you can see why he's like, no, the Confederacy is the only way he could possibly win re-election again is to get all the white nationalists out to vote for him. But there is one way that we could get him to change the name. Trump loves branding. So all we have to do is change the name from Fort Bragg. We've got a suggestion right here. Fort Bonespur.
He likes
Problem
anything.
solved.
Yeah, anything where he's mentioned, he'll love it.
He'll love it. See, I'm bringing people together.
Look,
Recognizing change needs to happen.
There is an argument that if you're going to have a statue to any Confederate general, ones who lose really badly are exactly the pick-me-up that the rest of America needs, just to remind
Maybe he
them.
was secretly working for the Union after all.
He did. He probably did more for the Union's success than many Union generals.
We're playing a game here where basically I've got some of the revelations that are in Bolton's book because it's been leaking out. I'm going to say the revelation. You have to tell me whether you think it's true or false. Right, number one, Trump was fine with China building a concentration camp for an ethnic minority that lives in China. True or false?
Good God. I mean, I'll put my chips on hoping that it's false.
It is true. Well, you got that one wrong. You're not off to a good start, Steve.
Oh, never mind. I've had a good day so far. I'm enjoying it so far, Eric.
Melania really does love Trump deeply.
Come on, really? Really? No, go on. No.
What are you going to say? Which final answer?
Well, I mean, look, they're married, and I'm sure in the book that he'd say yes.
Nope, that's not true. You are 0 for 2. All right, Trump.
We're back. Let's break in. We are back. Hello.
Hello. Well, so there we go. Little break. I did a little media hop on another rival network that's not got the ratings that we have.
That's true. It's not got the same ratings.
But I put on my Democratic positivity spin and talked about counting all the ballots and waiting for the result.
Yep.
And then you come back and tell me Sky's called it for Trump.
Well, not called it. They've just got a little thing that says projected winner, which is not the same as called it. They're just saying, like, stats at the moment are looking like the result's going to be Trump.
Well, I think, as I've said, there was a lot of talk about holding, a lot of votes to be counted. And, there was more people, 100 million people voted before today began, and only 150 million voted in the entire election last year, in 2016. Yeah. So there's a lot left. There's a lot out there to be grabbed.
Still means I think we need to change the color back. Got to change the fancy lights behind me back to red.
Yeah, I've got my Trump tie on just in case.
While you've been off doing your media things, by the way, I changed my my jacket to one of the darker ones. Just because it's more comfortable, but I'm really trying to get enough light on it. There we go. But it whitens my face too much.
That's what's going to push up our viewers.
Here we go.
Let me see here. Let me see, because I've been modeling. What are they called here? Missouri. I already have Missouri called. I already had that. New Jersey. Oh, this is old. They're just refreshing.
Well, it's good to give us a recap, given that people, we've now gone re-live again. So give us the state of play for anyone watching.
State of play, well, that I had was 128 electoral votes to 109, and I'm just trying to catch up here and see if that matches what other projections have. Florida is still heavily leaning towards Trump as a victory. I think that's pretty much a done deal, but it hasn't been called for him in the States yet. I think they're more aggressive maybe on Sky calling things, because in the U.S. they're trying to be very cautious partly because Trump threatened to basically say that he'd won before the votes were cast, and that it was a fraudulent election anyway. So I think in the U.S. they're going to be more careful about calling it. But it does unfortunately look like it's going to be a long couple of days.
Yeah, Moloko B on Twitter says, "You guys are up late. Morning." Yep, we're up late. Sounding slightly croaky I didn't realize I'd go croaky on it, but because we stopped talking for a little while and I went and had a drink. I've got all nasal.
Oh, you think that was a mistake?
No, I enjoyed it. I absolutely loved the last half hour.
Let me just see here. I'm just checking. I've got about 7 different projection sites here. And Florida's leaning towards Trump. North Carolina leaning towards Trump. But those are all early voting, and we should get some more results in about 6 minutes.
So, seeing as you've just been on a national radio station from the point of view of being a Democratic supporter, let me ask you the question. Why is it that you've had 4 years of Trump doing things that have been in the news where he's been ridiculed? He seems to have made some faux pas might be the nice way of putting it. He's been roundly mocked by a lot of media. Obviously not all media, because there's some Trump fan networks out there, but so much media hates him, so many celebs hates him. Social media is obviously a battleground, but there's a lot of people against him. And his approval rating's been like 40%-ish, which, if that related to votes, he should be losing. How on earth is he not losing right now?
I don't know. I mean, I think that the myth that he's been good with the economy resonates with some people. You know, maybe the message that Kamala Harris, the vice presidential nominee for Joe Biden, was going to make him into some sort of socialist that he's not. He's a centrist Democrat. He's firmly in the middle, you know, a little bit more liberal than Obama, but maybe that scared people. You know, maybe the message got through that he's, you know, too old and dotery to be president. But then you had President Trump yesterday call somebody named Little Pimp. And we've seen how he dances. So I don't know.
Yeah, but
I don't know what you need to do.
The economy's not a great thing to try and pin all your hopes on when it's been absolutely trashed thanks to coronavirus. So as much as Trump might have been able to pull out the old, well, look at the state of the economy card, you couldn't at the moment because it's not great. Yeah,
I mean, it's not. I mean, it hasn't recovered from the dip that it took from the initial coronavirus hit. So, and all of a lot of the factors of the improvement of the U.S. economy were all trending when Obama left office. So he just picked up the wave that was already there. So, you know, it's hard for me to defend what people see as attractive in Trump because there's so much that is just, you know, abhorrent. I don't know how else to say it, but I
wonder if there's an attitude issue. I mean, I've been thinking this since Brexit, that those people, and look, I'm part of the problem, but I'm not actually a politician and have no skin in this game. But part of the problem is that those of the left can be really patronising, whether it's what you like Brexit or you like Trump. Instead of discussing any of the actual meat of the issue, it's really easy to opt for patronising, condescending insult, kind of. But Trump's a flipping sex pest. You're not going to convince a Trump voter by just shouting small words. This is why Twitter's useless. There's no point just insulting Donald Trump on social media. What's he going to do? The people who like him are going to be more entrenched by your actions.
Yeah, but they won't understand that most of the words that you just said. So that's the problem.
Well, I think if my point was you'll make more Trump supporters by insulting them, you've just guaranteed he's just going to walk Florida.
I did that on purpose for comic effect. Come on, Steve. But you know me.
But I'm trying to say that, like, they've managed to create a situation where we spoke in the last little section about how if you can make the media look like the bad guy, if the media points out any of your flaws, you're the victim. And now we're looking at the idea that if you disagree with a Trump voter, God, you've got to be really careful about how you do it. Otherwise, you just make them more of a Trump voter.
Yeah, but again, it's the same thing said numerous times. It's hard to disagree with people who are living in a different knowledge universe, not knowledge in the sense of measuring a level of intelligence, but you know what they're being told is reality in Fox News and what is reality are two different things.
If we can work that out, and we're just two people who solves problems on a web streaming show twice a week, people who are actually into this stuff should work that out. And if the answer is it's very difficult to win these people over, well, then find a different way of doing it, because otherwise you'll be a Jeremy Corbyn. You can sit there going, well, I think we won the argument. We made some very good points. We lost the election, but aren't we right?
But I mean, I thought Joe Biden was making a fairly good argument. I mean, it was frustrating that he was, you know, he had lost a step and they were able to play on that. I mean, definitely, you know, he's in his 70s. That is an issue. Why is this the best candidate we can put forward in many ways? But I thought maybe his kind of grandfatherly heal the nation, bring us back to normality would be a winning message. It still could be a winning message. There's a lot of votes left to be counted. And, you know, while we were on our little break, I also hopped on Twitter and looked at some of the people that I've been I talked to Joe Walsh, who's a former congressman, Republican, who's turned against Trump, and he spends a lot of time trying to talk to what were his supporters before he left Trump. And he said that, the only thing that seems to break through is just pure exhaustion. So I'm just looking at some updated totals that are coming in here, and I'm going to update some things. Sorry. While I have the screen, let me pause it for a second. So, because whilst we were away,
give us the screen as well. See if I can.
Yeah, if you can jump it in there. That's on a different point. I'm going to jump in the electoral votes here. Oops. Because since we've been gone, Utah has come in for Trump, which is not a shocker. That's a very conservative state, a large Mormon population, which actually struggled with a little bit because they actually have much better values than he does. But officially, according to the Fox News chart, the Republicans only have 115 out of the necessary 270 electoral votes, and Biden is ahead by 133. So I'm not sure what state. Maybe it's Maine. I think that they've called for. That give him 130. Oh, yeah, all of Maine. No. I still can't figure out the one. Oh, there we go.
I mean, other places, and hey, we're not necessarily trying to compete with the main media outlets for their mathematical analysis, but of all the different channels that we've looked at, we've got the bit of Fox News happening there. We're looking at BBC and Sky. I've never seen any of them go, and there's a one that I've missed somewhere. I've not counted the one.
Well, the reason it's tricky is because most of the states are winner take all. So if you win, North Dakota, for example, by one vote, you get all three electoral votes.
You get your electoral votes.
It's late. But Maine and Nebraska, they split theirs by parts of the state. So you can have a split state with Nebraska where you can win. Like Omaha is very liberal, so it could be that that's where the one is. But the way they've colored in the map, you can't tell.
And that would
Bastards.
be...
they've just dumped some more.
Yeah, up to 207 by the looks of it. Some people have said that could be a if the Electoral College fails again, if the system fails again, then and nothing is going to be done in a wider level, it could be down to states to decide to split up their Electoral College votes based on the results, which actually would get you, America could be so much closer to proportional representation than we could achieve in our first past the post system. But it would depend on states actually making a change.
And the states that would need to make that change are the states that are benefiting from this system. Yeah. So, if Trump wins and loses the popular vote again, then you're going to have had 3 Republican presidents who lost the popular vote. Yeah. And so this was a discussion I just had with Mike on talk radio, is that right? And he's like, well, that's your system. I'm like, yeah, but that's a different question. That may not be right in the long run. And you may have people who feel like it's time for change, that if you want to have a leader of a country, that the majority of the people should vote for that leader. Because what's different than in the UK, where you've got a prime minister who's elected by, the members of parliament, we're electing a head of state, not a leader of a legislative body. So, we do elect the head of our government. So it's different than, it'd be the same as if you were electing the Queen.
Yeah. So you really could just sum up all the votes. There's no reason to have this bizarre splitting it into different state system.
Nope, other than the fact that's the way it was done by people ordained by God 200 and odd years ago. So,
honestly, Alexander Hamilton, and there's a million things he hasn't done.
Yeah, see, people like that show, but they don't like now the result of it. So, well, it's good we got New Hampshire. So, I mean, I don't know.
As they say, there's something about summer in the city. Someone under press, someone under stress meets someone looking pretty. I'm trying to quote some more Hamilton.
Ivanka Trump is sending out snarky tweets.
I mean, I think you need to face up to the fact that there's a strong chance Trump might be winning, and it's going to be a lot of that. There's going to be all of those angry people on Twitter giving it some "get over it, you've won." Moloko B on Twitter actually saying, "Cheers for the update. Boom, West Coast." Which also sounds like maybe he's just listening to some tunes. Maybe he's just checking out some good old-fashioned 90s rap.
No, those were my people coming in strong. So Washington State, Oregon State, and California. So huge chunk of electoral votes, but if I could maybe take a little bite of Texas.
Although on the BBC, Andrew Neil, who is not without bias, he was framing it, making it look like Texas is not going to be won by Biden.
No, it won't. It's not going to be won by Biden. So I mean, he was doing well there for a little while, but that was always a pipe dream. That was never going to really happen. But it's nice to imagine. Yeah. But if Trump is still leading in Virginia with 58% of the votes cast, I mean, that's disastrous for Biden's campaign.
So the question, but I mean, this is the question that people asked in 2016, like, oh, well, if Clinton has lost, then what will you do to regroup and rethink? And it's not made a blind bit of difference. I mean, it might not have done. I know we're being dismissive now, but...
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's interesting. So the one that you brought up had Virginia, I think, counted. Sorry, I got distracted again by the stats, but so I missed your question.
I can bring it up again. I really should move this because I lost the page ages ago. Right, while we see what's happening there, I'm going to move this right to the top so I can find it easier, because we do not need any of the other special effects that I've got set up for today's show. There you go. Is that useful stats?
Refreshing something. It hasn't gotten to the Electoral College yet, but I can try and skip to it here.
I don't want to leave it up all the time, because we are just effectively taking a Fox News feed.
Fox has called Virginia for Biden, but CNN has not. So, and again, if Virginia falls away for Biden, then yeah, it's bad.
But so everyone talks about there being a rethink, but almost it's as if people then want the political party to go off, have a rethink, and somehow come back and win. But maybe it also needs a retuning of the attitude. So look, we both watch a lot of topical comedy to get our heads sorted for the normal topical comedy show that we do. So we watch the Seth Meyers, the Stephen Colbert's, it kind of goes downhill a bit after there if you want to do politics stuff. But we watched, there's the Daily Show. That's good.
Samantha Bee, there's John Oliver, there's lots of good things.
But then when you start getting into the various Jimmys and the UK's own James Corden, if you watch all of those, they're still landing gags, and they're all landing gags from the same point of view politically, is what I was trying to aim towards. Yep. So, whilst, Colbert's not going to have a rethink and change his position.
No, I mean...
Which technically makes him an ideologue. It makes him He's just going with the ideology rather than anything else. But then what's the difference between that and a belief?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, are they calling more states? Arkansas? No, that's already called. See if they drop any more. Probably won't be anymore.
You're going to be easily distracted now. We've reached the stage where if it's a good job you don't have the comments in front of you.
Are you an ideologue if you're right is the problem. And then if you believe you're right, then you're an ideologue.
But then if you're winning the argument but not the election, you're certainly not a pragmatist, and you get nothing done. You're right while sitting there seeing the world head off in a different direction.
But I don't know how unless you start to act like Trump to beat Trump, which that's not good.
But then another political satirical comedian from America, Bill Maher, has the opinion that the Democrats need to be more like the Republicans, a bit more cutthroat about it, a bit more willing to be like that, to be nasty with your attacks, to be boastful of your accomplishments and achievements and abilities, rather than, American politics. You can be the nice guy if you want to lose.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, that puts you in a Corbyn situation, which, he was happy to lose and happy to be, have other things happen to him, as in recently. So I don't know. Don't know what the right answer is to that.
Furloughed. Let's put it that
way. Yes, that's right. Take a nice holiday, maybe to the Middle East.
Maloko B says we need to get our swingometer out.
Yeah.
That's one thing we didn't have. In fact, we've left their thing on screen again too long.
If we'd managed to stream to Pornhub, we could have gotten it out.
We did a test. Could have done that kind of swingometer.
Different kind of swing. Let me see here. Yeah, I don't know where the next round of. I mean, at this point, I think it's going to start slowing down as far as results for a while. So I don't know. Let me see when they've stopped counting the Florida votes. Ooh, Arizona's. So again, if Biden does well, 75% of the count in Arizona and has Biden ahead, that would be a positive. If that comes through, that helps out with North Carolina slipping away. So that would be a big plus, and that would be one that Hillary lost. That would be the first gain for Biden over what Hillary had won.
Yeah.
That's not enough to put him over the top, but it is enough to
Can you focus on one thing or the other?
All right, sorry. I'm getting tired now.
The news alerts on the phone, Daily Mail. I mean, I don't know why they had this as a push alert, but breaking news: U.S. presidential race on a knife edge as Joe Biden struggles to make early breakthroughs in target states. Okay. Hardly that much of a breakthrough, but we can also. I mean, we've got a few headlines that were sent in by Philip Brannan as well, so we can keep these going if you fancy. For example, Reuters were equipping their journalists with gas masks and flak jackets. So. Was the theory that we'd only see violence on the streets if Trump lost? I guess so, yeah.
I think so. Well, no, I mean, I think that, there's a risk of people on the left protesting because they would, I mean, and again, Mike tried to corner me on this, saying that, will there be protests and they'll be violent? And I was like, no, there can be protests, but I don't agree with violent ones. Yeah. So I think there's a risk of protests either way. I mean, think that's kind of inevitable.
Protests happened last time, but mainly based around slightly rudely knitted hats.
Yes.
So I don't think anyone's died as a result of a feminine hat.
You say that, Steve, but actually I've got a sad story to tell you.
Yeah. That's how my best friend went. Happiest day of his life.
Do you remember a certain comedian who used to have not just a knitted hat that was but the whole body?
Yeah.
Do you remember that? I'm talking about Janice.
Janice, yeah. It was a great outfit. Great outfit and an actual knitted vagina.
Yep. So she was a female comedian that I can't remember what routine she did around it, but she wore this 6 foot tall knitted vagina.
Yeah. It was very warm. Anyway, so
but that
protests
was back before shaving was popular.
So protests could well happen, but possibly not the violent ones. But then it's counter protests is still the risk, isn't it? That if someone's so appalled at the idea that a Biden supporter might knit a hat and protest, so they turn up with, and the other headlines that we didn't load in, the number of gun sales increased on the run up to the election.
Yeah. But gun sales always increase when a Democrat is in charge because they're worried that the Democrats will ban guns, and so people panic buy guns. Kind of like in the UK, the same way we panic buy toilet paper.
Yeah, I mean,
similar.
Toilet paper doesn't kill people. People kill people. What? The only way to stop a bad guy with toilet paper is a good guy with toilet paper.
Yep, that's the only way. There we go. That must have been scratchy.
It was. It was warm, but it was scratchy.
I don't know if she's talking about the vagina or the toilet paper.
And that is a sentence that can only really be said about a show that we're doing. I don't know whether that comment's to do with the vagina or toilet paper. It's Steve and Eric back on the screens.
Oh, dear. All right.
Any more results? Because we've got more headlines we could do.
Trump wins Wyoming. That's least surprising. Why don't you introduce the headline, and I'll just take a quick peek at the results.
Okay. Well, you go and do that, and I'll reset the show. It's comic solving problems. Although I wanted to call today's episode "Catching Up with the Colonies," but apparently that's less of a good way of doing it. We've got some headlines that we've been sent through. You can keep your messages coming if you're watching this on Twitter, on YouTube, wherever. Oh, by the way, the Ko-fi link's down the bottom of the screen, and you can send your messages. We'll check some Twitter soon as well, because our little names are on there. There's this one. Dressing up for the election day. These items can get you turned away at the polls. Now, the idea is that if you have anything that promotes a political point of view, it can get you turned away from voting, which actually I would have thought that's not going to go down well for those people who like their MAGA hats.
No, I mean that's been a big issue. There was did we cover this as a story? It was a woman who went into the polling station and she had a T-shirt on with a political slogan, and so she said, "Can't have that." So she just took it off and voted sans shirt.
No law against it, apparently.
Nope. In fact, I think get more people to the polls.
For one way of looking at it.
Get more polls to the people, perhaps.
But it's odd because every other piece of news has been talking about things to stop Democrats voting, whereas actually the hat-wearing system falls down. But do you think anyone would be turned away from a poll for wearing a MAGA hat? Because it very much feels like that's another good way to get shot.
Well, I guess if you're having slogans on there, it could be considered voter intimidation or trying to influence a voter, or people thinking, oh, do they know what I'm going to do? And
but it's a MAGA hat as a slogan. You shouldn't be allowed to vote if you're wearing one of those hats. But if someone gets turned away because of that hat, I don't know. Maybe I'm tarring them all with the same brush. But you just imagine they're the people who are just going to come back with a gun and be aggressive about the fact that they weren't allowed to vote.
Well, but no, you're assuming that only right-wing people have guns in America, and that's what makes America so amazing, is that left-wing people have guns as well. The difference is that left-wing people's guns shoot hummus.
But left-wing people would probably just take the hat off and vote, like that woman did who had Biden on her knockers and decided to take a T-shirt off.
Yep, that's true, and that's why I'm a Democrat.
There you go. Maloko says, but having guns there is okay. It's true. Yeah, you can't go and vote wearing a hat that has a slogan on it. But of course, you can walk in there tooled up. It's in your basic your basic rights.
That was a lawsuit, I think, in Michigan to prevent people from coming into the voting booths with their guns on.
Wow, how did it go? What was the result?
I don't know. It's Michigan. You can only care about so many things at any one time. It's a state. I mean, it's an important state. Apparently, Trump was behind there, but Biden was behind there. Which again, if that goes now, see, Fox News has called Florida for Donald Trump, which in our scorecard gives Democrats 207 electoral votes and Republicans 148.
So, I mean, you could just not think about projecting forwards and just enjoy the moment.
Where we're winning in the moment. Which is kind of what Trump wanted to do. He wanted to stop the voting when he was ahead. And then just go,
voting now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's enough. I can win. Well, that's fine. I think as long as the same time Deutsche Bank forecloses on him the $330 million that they owe, just say, I'll take that. I'll take that. What I was thinking is maybe Michael Bloomberg, who's a real billionaire, could offer to buy the debt from Trump and encourage him to resign.
Interesting way of doing it. Yeah, repackage it, make it subprime.
Yeah, just waive it. Just say. I've sent Mike a message. He and I are tight. So.
Okay, nice. Are there any of the previous guests still around? Do you want to get them on to see their thoughts on how they're doing?
We could do. I can send a message to the group.
It depends, because so it's 4:20, so it depends how long you want to plow on and do this for. A couple of more headlines to do, and then we're out of material.
Yeah, I think if we do a couple more headlines and then wrap up around 5:30 if we want.
Yeah. Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yeah. Interesting one about this one. Bill and Hillary Clinton cast votes for Biden. I mean, it's hardly a shocker. But the reason I thought this was quite a good headline is because what must it be like to be Hillary Clinton today?
Well, I mean, if Biden loses, she'll be very pleased. I'm sure part of the ego will definitely be like, Yep.
But come on, she could easily, if he wins, then she can just go, America's sexist. Oh, and probably there's a strong argument. Yeah,
it is.
But
it is.
Like that could have cost her enough votes to mean she didn't get over the line. Especially if you think about how close this seems to be heading at the moment. You know, for all of the media could have made it. All the polls did what polls do, and they make it look like it's going to be easy and it's a foregone conclusion, and the polls get proved wrong. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're kind of getting proved wrong, but we still haven't counted all the votes, so that's where it could turn. It does remind me that 2016, what my booking for the morning after the election, when everyone assumed Hillary was going to win, was for me to be at a bar in Guildford called the White House on BBC Breakfast. It's clever little producing that they were doing there, and so we already, got up around 5 a.m. looked at the results that were kind of like this, going, oh my God, dressed up, went down to Guildford. But because they hadn't been able to declare a result yet, we just sat in this pub cafe with this guy who was American wearing Trump boxer shorts, who was a college student who was 19 years old. And
did you realize he couldn't vote wearing those?
Yeah, it didn't really matter. He was very pleased with himself. And yeah, it was good times.
You don't want to see someone pleased with themselves in boxer shorts.
No, not ones that have mega on them.
Just going through some of the smaller comment things that we've got. Streams, so you can get a message to us wherever you're watching this. You can tweet, you can send a message, and wherever should be in pretty much the YouTube, D Live, Twitter, all of those come through to our page.
My favorite places.
D Live. Some great comments we always get on that one. Always an insult. But I think we're up to date with messages at the moment. In terms of any more headlines, we've done the journalism one. So I think we're up to date with the stories that were sent to us relating to this from Philip Brannan as well. So we're probably going to end up leaving it in a place, we knew this was going to happen though, where like no real result stood a chance of coming through, and now we just wait and we see how long we wait, and we see if the wait involves court cases about whether signatures were checked or not checked for postal votes and crap like that.
Well, if there is no result in a few hours, we could just start the show up again.
Yeah, just restart it.
Yeah, I wasn't planning on getting much done today.
I've got a drive time show to do later on, so I'm going to go and get some sleep. But I did say, if you want, we can leave you full screen. We can put you full screen, and then I'll just disappear. And ladies and gentlemen, there's Eric McElroy. And then I wonder how long it would take of you being full screen. If I weren't here talking right now, I imagine the next thing we see is that vodka just slowly into shot. There it is. The results of the US election 2020. There it is. Moloko says it's a big waiting game. Just do what Sky do and repeat. Why repeat when we can see a man turn to booze? The only way to deal with what...
I think the saddest thing, though, is the melted ice around my unopened bottle of Prosecco.
Have the Prosecco. Look, I know there's nothing to celebrate, but what are you going to do with it?
I'm not going to drink that Prosecco until there's a Democrat in the White House.
All right, it's going to be vintage.
How long does co-op Prosecco last?
It gets better with age. In terms of my drinks, by the way, finished my can of Monster.
Just a one can?
Yeah, I've had plenty.
I've got some coffee still.
Eric here for the long haul, says Moloko. Could be there a while.
No, I don't think I can do that.
Weirdly, while we're talking about props that we have, because these are the cameras that, this is the setup that we do our main shows from. For some reason, on my desk, I got this. And I end up playing with it because it's just, I've got a tennis ball.
You play tennis?
I play tennis every so often, but this is not why I've got this tennis ball, because I only ever play tennis in London because the tennis rackets are at the other halves. And when I'm in the studio broadcast area, which is what we use this flat for, I don't need the only reason I've got this is because, have you ever done that thing where you use a tennis ball to rub a muscle?
No.
Oh, I can get deep into my piriformis with this.
What?
I can rub my my QL. Actually, I can't. I tried that once and I'd pushed too hard. But I can definitely, I can use this to really get deep into my my piriformis. I can stretch my psoas major.
Never heard of a piriformis.
Really? It's a bum cheek muscle that goes sideways.
Now you're just making shit up.
You got your glutes around the back, that are like that kind of angle, but the ones that go, one that helps to turn your Maloko says what exactly? that turns your leg sideways.
Yeah.
That goes from your hip into where your bottom is, and it's a pear-shaped muscle. That's what piriformis means, shaped like a pear. So
is this the same as when I was having trouble with my nebula before?
It was it was a bit like that. So that's the only reason I've got this tennis ball here, is because it's good to get a deep massage into the piriformis. Any other props that we could talk about while we're here? I've used the main one. Which is,
I ate some on my apple. So.
Oh, you did?
No, I think.
I have this as well, always.
I think we're polls closing at 11. What time is it now? Well, we've had that. Is there any more closing? Midnight. It's almost midnight in New York and DC. What's been interesting, you know, who's been quiet?
Yeah.
Is Donald Trump.
Has he not tweeted? He says going to comment camp.
Let's have a look here and see when his last tweet was.
Maloko now says, you learn something every day. Learned about the piriformis.
No, he sent an all-caps tweet 5 hours ago.
Yeah.
Then retweeted something that was 6 hours old. Yawning. And he still got the dance up.
Still doing his dance. I can play that clip again.
Should we end on the dance?
I can get that ready to play. Where is it?
Let's have that ready to go out on. And 2020 Virginia results. Why? Oh, here we go. No.
So the BBC coverage still saying close race in key states. So it looks like we're not going to really hear anything. There's enough news to make you not feel good about the result, but not enough result to make you feel anything else.
Well, this is good news. CNN has called New Mexico for Biden, which is one of those kind of givens, but they haven't called a few other things. So, and they haven't said that Florida is going to Trump.
Yeah, but when do you?
So,
I suppose it's. But
there hasn't been a flipped state yet.
Yeah.
Because Florida went for Trump last time. So Florida, we knew that we could give up. And so, yeah, I guess if we try and wrap up with deep analysis, the votes still have to be counted. Arizona is key.
Yeah.
And I just saw one of my sites that I get information from. It's a really good site if anybody's actually wants a recommendation, called Political Wire. And they've said basically, as long as if Biden can rebuild Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and then keeps Arizona, then he can lose Florida, he can lose Georgia, he can lose North Carolina. Boom. What are you doing?
Bit of a yawn.
What's that?
That was a yawn stifle. Not because of the content, because it is half 4
you look like
in the
you were
morning.
putting that tennis ball up your butt.
That's what you need to be careful. If you aim for the piriformis and miss, next thing you know, you're farting a serve.
What was that? It was kind of like this.
I was just trying to see, because I got BBC over there, I got Sky on the phone. I'm trying to look at all these sources. I don't think there's going to be any information that's going to change anything for a while now.
No, I think we're in status. So I might try and sleep. I don't know if I can.
Yeah, you go for it.
But I have to stand up.
Thanks to Maloko, who's watching at the moment. Thanks to everyone who's been messaging. We've done hours of this, so thanks to everyone who's been keeping the message boards full.
Give Bias a drink if you like to on your way out, or Bias, I'll need a lot. This is not going to last me the next 2 hours. So feel free to contribute to that if you want. Subscribe to our channel to catch our regular shows, which are Tuesdays and Thursdays at 9 o'clock in the UK.
We did one earlier. You can re-watch that. Topical comedy, not just about the election.
If you want to see when I still had hope.
Yeah, and if you want to see me getting angry about Burger King for some reason.
Yeah, it
seems like a year away. A year ago that we cared about.
What was their rationale for that? I didn't really understand. Just
that there are thousands of jobs that could be lost if people don't order from takeaway companies, so order from all of them. They were just trying to be benevolent.
Presumptuous that they would assume that they were going to do better than the McDonald's.
Yeah, I just think it's good PR. So I think it's
just a bit of a dick move.
Burger King dick move.
It's all coming out now. Fucking Burger King thinks they can tell McDonald's what to do.
And look, if I had more time to work on the show today, given that we've talked about Hamilton so much and we had Burger King, I really would have done the "You'll Be Back" song from Hamilton as Burger King.
Arizona has been called for Biden.
Price We're back in the game, babe. Not a price that you're willing to pay.
Can I call my Graham back? Can I call talk radio back? Hello, motherfucker. Get your plank out for this. That's big.
If I did the George III song, "You'll Be Back" as Burger King, I'd have to do the spitty bit, but it'd have to have burger bits in it. No, don't change the subject.
Wow.
I mean, we're talking rubbish now.
No, I'm excited now. Arizona, it's it. I'm happy again. There's hope. Looking in my eyes and see a glimmer of hope.
And that's probably the eye drops. That's what. If you want some glimmer, you want to get that.
I mean, at this point, I really don't care who's president of the United States. I just want to be able to tell my grandma.
Happy times.
I'm saying that. I like Mike. This is an intense dude, but.
Well, so Arizona, is it definitely going Biden, or is they just projecting stuff?
Fox News has called it for Biden, so that creates some high drama. If they've called Florida for Trump, let me see if I can get to the. Oh, here we go. So that's 223 to 148. Yeah, that's what I've got. Man. That means to win. Okay, so we know. Okay, so Nevada should go to Biden. Yep, and that's 229, and then Minnesota, and then Wisconsin, and then Michigan.
You're watching someone counting votes on the internet.
And then need something else. Oh.
Well, this Fox results page still has us in this current situation.
Yeah, that's what I was just kind of looking at. We need one more state. Oh, Hawaii. Oh no, that's the wrong color.
Aren't they still voting in Hawaii?
Yeah, it's like fucking. It's like Sunday in Hawaii. It's 1972 in Hawaii.
Yeah. Basically, as a nation, it's a mess. It's too big. And in the words of George III, you'll be back. Time will tell. You'll remember that I served you well. Oceans rise, empires fall.
One more electoral vote. Because if we end up in a tie, oh my God.
But when push comes to shove, I will send a fully armed battalion to remind you of my love. Da 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 da.
It's not bad. Moloko pointed out I'm playing a game of Risk, which is my favorite game.
It looks like that.
I love that game. We've lost Steve. We've lost everything.
Insane. The price of my war's not a price that they're willing to pay. I do feel sorry for my neighbours doing this at this time of the day.
I mean, Hawaii is a safe bet. I can't officially pick it.
Right, we should probably call it a day here. So we'll play you out with Trump dancing. Thanks very much for watching.
We might be back tomorrow. So we could do this again tomorrow night.
No, I can leave you on if you want to go solo, Eric. Just Eric drinking live on the internet.
Solo right here.
Then I can leave you with the Hamilton soundtrack, which, to be fair, is just like having me sat here.
Let's leave it at that. So, time of death, 4:34 a.m.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for watching. All right. So I've been Eric McElroy.
I've been Stephen Allen.
And this is the President of the United States.